Owen.
Good morning. My lady, please may I call Miss Susan Ackland-Hood.
Please, can
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you for coming on to help us, Miss Ackland-Hood.
Can I ask you to give your full name to the inquiry, please?
Susan Elizabeth Ackland-Hood Andrews.
Miss Ackland-Hood Andrews, is that how would you prefer if I addressed you in that way?
No, just Ackland-Hood or Susan Ackland-Hood is fine.
Oh, thank you. Miss Ackland-Hood, you ought to have in front of you 3 different witness statements, or they'll certainly come up in front of you. I'm going to take them one at a time. The first is INQ 000587823. And may I check, please, that you're content that that witness statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
The second statement is INQ 00005879992. And are you content that that witness statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And the third statement is INQ 0000146054. And again, are you content that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to ask you a little bit about your background, please. I think it's right that you were the Chief Executive of Her Majesty's Court and Tribunal Service between 2016 and 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that in September of 2020 you came to the Department for Education.
Yes, that's right.
And in fact you joined in the aftermath of the assessment issue that had arisen or had certainly become a real issue in August 2020. Is that correct? And you joined the inquiry, understands, because Mr. Jonathan Slater had resigned.
That's not quite right. I initially was asked to come and give assistance as a temporary second permanent secretary in the department, specifically focused on addressing the exam issues. Very shortly after I joined in that second permanent secretary role, Jonathan resigned, so about 4 days after, in fact, and I was asked to become acting permanent secretary, and I then applied for the job and substantively was given it in December.
I see. I'm grateful for that clarification. But I think the important point for our purposes is that you weren't in post at the time of some of the specific events that Modulate is interested in. But you are authorised, I think, to provide evidence as to the Department for Education's assessment of those issues and reflections upon them. Is that right?
Yes, I'm very happy to speak on behalf of the department. I will be doing that from what I have gathered from documentary evidence for the portion where I wasn't there in the department.
All right. I'm being asked if you could perhaps slow down a touch. I'll try and do the same. What I wanted to do this morning, Miss Ackland-Hood, was maybe try and draw the camera back a bit from some of the issues that the inquiry has examined, and to ascertain what the Department for Education accepts, and then to seek your assistance in clarifying some of the factual issues that evidence have been given about over the past couple of weeks, but perhaps require a degree of clarity. So can I start then, please, with planning and ask whether it's accepted by the Department for Education that although SAGE had started to provide advice from the 4th of February 2020 that there might be mass school closures, that the provision of this advice didn't prompt operational planning for the closure of schools?
Yes, I think that the department was planning on the assumption that there might be local or regional or indeed individual school closures in response to workforce challenges, but did not until quite a late stage do extensive operational planning for the full closure of all schools.
And does it also follow that that advice hadn't prompted operational planning as to how children's social care services would be provided in the event that the pandemic became more severe?
Again, I think there was quite a lot of operational planning that was based on assumptions around workforce shortage. So people were doing scenario planning based on proportions of social workers being ill, but much less planning, actually both a long time before the pandemic and in that period, was focused on the social work consequences of other infection control measures like lockdown.
So yes, so rather than thinking about operationally, what will we do if the pandemic gets worse and, for example, children aren't at school, how will social care or child protection systems be maintained in that scenario? It was that sort of planning that wasn't in place until a late stage.
Yes, I think people were planning for what happens if the pandemic gets worse and lots of social workers are ill.
Yes.
Instead.
And is it also accepted that there weren't any specific plans, in fact, for example, delineating who vulnerable children might be until in and around the 17th, 18th of March?
I think for the purposes of who might be going to be kept in school, that's true, yes.
And I think it follows from all of the evidence we've heard that because there was no planning around the prospect that schools might close until a late stage, and I think, can we check that we're on the same ground here? By a late stage, we mean 16th, 17th,
yes.
18th of March, that for that reason there hadn't been any meetings with the leaders of multi-academy trusts or school leaders of local authority schools or with local authorities in order to discuss that eventuality.
In order to discuss the specific mass closure of schools, yes, correct. There were other meetings discussing other aspects, but not that.
And what, in terms of the other meetings and the other things that were being discussed in the lead up to school closures, what sort of things were being focused on at that point?
So there would have been meetings and guidance focused on infection control measures in schools, for example.
And do you accept, hopefully we won't need to go to it, but by infection control measures at that point, that was the sort of basic advice around how long washing your hands, wiping down surfaces, that kind of advice, not infection control in the sense of there should be distancing in schools or...
Yes, it was the passing on of that, of the current public advice, yes, on infection control.
And is it accepted then that a number of consequences flowed from that? And if I may, I'll put those to you. Schools hadn't been given notice by the Department for Education that they should start to make plans for educating most children in their homes. And I mean prior to 15th, 16th, that period.
So there was standing existing guidance from the department that asked every school to have an emergency plan, including a plan for school closure. And we'd frequently managed the closure of individual schools or groups of schools in response, for example, for an individual school, it might be a buildings issue. For a group of schools, it might be a gas leak that meant that an area was evacuated. So as a standing instruction to the system, every school was expected to have an emergency plan of that kind. And we were also having conversations with schools about individual closure, and indeed small numbers of schools were closing because of illness or anxiety, or because they had an individual pupil affected and they were managing, for example, deep cleans around that. And so there were conversations going on about individual schools thinking about an individual closure, but it was predicated on the assumption that that was workforce or illness related. I think it would be fair to say it was predicated on assuming it would be for relatively short, yes, periods, not the whole system for a long period.
I mean, most people who have children at school will be familiar with snow days and the kind of very widespread events that might close schools. But again, none of that is premised on parents, for example, providing education to their children or children being educated online.
Yes, I mean, I would say actually that the guidance we give the system now does have a stronger expectation that even for a relatively short closure, there will be remote education provided.
Yes.
But at the time, that was less common.
Forgive me, I didn't want to speak over you.
Sorry.
And we'll come to what may have changed since, but I think at the time, I think I understand you're accepting that schools weren't given the forewarning that they might be required to pivot to educating children in their homes for potentially a significant period of time.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you accept that schools just weren't prepared for that wholesale pivot to having most children at home and in need of education?
I think different schools were very differently prepared. And again, I think you've heard some evidence to the inquiry on the preparations made by both some trusts and some individual schools. So my characterisation would be that preparation was very uneven and not where you would have wanted it to be.
And do you accept it was uneven because in order to provide or in order to have or achieve consistency, there does need to be guidance issued from the centre that ensures that everyone is preparing
Yes.
in the same sorts of way? And do you also accept the evidence which has emerged since that many schools in England weren't geared towards teaching online? So, for example, teachers hadn't been trained in online teaching, or schools didn't have access to the sorts of platforms, maybe, that some schools did have access to?
Yes, again, I completely accept that for the generality of the system. I think, again, for complete accuracy, there were some schools that had
Yes.
done more of that in their daily life and were better prepared than others.
I think the figures, obviously, that were provided by the Department for Education in the June of 2020 were 12,000 schools that didn't have a learning platform. I think the majority of those, to be accurate, were primary schools.
Correct.
And that 1.3 million children didn't have access to an appropriate device.
Yes.
We'll obviously come back to the impact that had on children's education. Just on the issue of the vulnerable child policy, if I may call it that, but the mitigation of allowing vulnerable children to go to school, is it accepted that another one of the consequences of the lack of planning was that there hadn't been time to engage with local authorities or school leaders of MATs or school leaders of local authority schools in order to consider the best or the potentially best ways of identifying vulnerable children?
Yes. Again, from my reading of the documents, I think there were conversations, again, about, I mean, recognising that in any emergency of this kind, it tends to be the people who are already vulnerable who suffer the most. I think there were conversations that were going on about trying to make sure that we were heavily focusing on vulnerable children, but on that specific issue of identifying people to attend school in a mass closure, that's correct.
Well, I think it's more about being able to have the conversations in advance.
Yes.
In order to think about how there's the messaging issue that I'll come to,
Yes.
but I think understanding from schools and from, if I say schools in general, if I mean leaders and local authorities, in order to understand potentially who do they say the most vulnerable children are. If we're categorising vulnerable children, are there children who we are missing? And if we're affording a discretion, are there specific groups of children that schools think we ought to be including in the guidance as well? So it's the lost opportunity for those sorts of conversations. Yes. And then also that schools missed the opportunity to have conversations with families in advance of the announcement being made that schools would close about the prospect, for example, that their child might come into school.
Yes. I'm pausing on that one because I think that, and again, the department has accepted in all of our corporate statements that there should have been more planning both a long way in advance and in that immediate period. I think the communication of the expectation that schools might be about to close in that very short-term period, I think would have remained problematic even if the planning had been done. And again, I've thought about this quite carefully. I think that ideally you would do that planning not in the heat of a growing crisis, because I genuinely do think there are difficult choices to be made at a point where you are seeking to keep schools open as long as possible. And again, there was a principle that I don't think was firmly established until summer 2020, but which was that school is so important to the lives of children that you want it to be one of the very last things you close and one of the very first things you open in trying to manage spread. And when you decide that, you almost by definition put schools at the frontier. You put them at the point where you're going to be making decisions both to open and to close at a cusp point where it's difficult to make that decision. And so I think talking to people about being about to close before you get to that point, when people are anxious and in the midst of it, was a difficult decision to make, and I think would have been a difficult decision to make even in the presence of more detailed planning. And that was true, I think, in the run-up to in December and January, where there was more planning, but it still felt very difficult to signal that without accidentally catalysing it before the moment where people had decided the decision had to be made. And so I again, I'm sorry, I'll stop in a minute. I think my reflection is we should have done more sharing, we should have engaged people better, but the absolute best time to have done that would have been further in advance as part of more detailed contingency planning, such that when you got into the crisis moment, people had more of that understanding at their fingertips, rather than doing it in that crisis moment.
Yes.
And I know the best time to plant an oak tree is 100 years ago, and the second best time is now. But I do think there's something about that decision making in those very fraught moments.
Decision making at an inflection point
Correct.
may not be necessarily, may not have the outcome that you, or let's be accurate about this. It's not decision making, it's
sharing.
Consultation and sharing information at an inflection point may lead to consequences that are not intended. But just sticking with here, does that mean that what you're suggesting is that in a future pandemic, and I'm putting aside long-term planning for a future pandemic, but you really need to start to have those conversations before you're heading towards the tipping point?
Yes.
So here in February, when you could have a calm conversation and say, that we haven't reached this point yet,
Yes.
but if we were to reach it, here are the sorts of things that you need to do.
Yes.
A number of witnesses before the inquiry have talked about the potentially stigmatising effect of the messaging about vulnerable children, or as the director from Kent Social Services described it, almost anger on the part of people. You're telling everyone else their children shouldn't go to school, so why should mine? Do you accept again that was one of the consequences of the lack of planning, that there hadn't been time to think about how that message would be provided to people if this policy was going to be implemented?
I certainly think more planning would have given more time to think about the messaging. I'm not sure I'd make the direct connection with a sense of stigma, partly because I think that reluctance of people to send their children, particularly in the first lockdown, was more related to perceptions around safety than stigma. And we see that both in surveys that were carried out and in what happened in January, where I don't think there was a reason why stigma would have been different, but perceptions of safety were, and the numbers were very different.
So again, if we just stick on that issue for a moment, do you accept, though, that the messaging and putting it in terms of vulnerability was nonetheless potentially a barrier to some people sending their children to school, and that different kinds of messaging needed to be provided in order to get more children into school in the early part of the pandemic.
I think more time to plan would have allowed us to do better work on the messaging, certainly.
Because, I mean, I think witnesses like the Children's Commissioner, I think, have said it could have been framed in a much more positive way. In other words, there could have been ways to convey this to families that didn't make it seem as though it were punitive or that it was an unsafe thing to do.
Yes, I hesitate on that because I think I don't see anything in the department's messaging from that time that made it look punitive, and there was quite a lot of care taken to make the point that schools were not closing because they were unsafe, but because there was a need to reduce overall community transmission. I think, again, however, I completely accept your point that more time would have allowed more thought, work and consultation on trying to make sure the messaging was as good as it could have been. I think it would still have been difficult. I think the overarching message to society at that time was so strongly that the right thing to do was to stay at home, that you were going to have difficulty persuading people not to.
But do you accept that's not inexorable, because that will be the position? Because the concern is obviously that it leaves very, very many very vulnerable children in potentially dangerous situations, and that everything does need to be done to try and get those children into a safe place during these sorts of periods.
I think it would have been much better if there'd been earlier planning. I think we could have done better messaging, and I think that might well have helped. I'm just not sure it would have been the silver bullet. I think it would have remained difficult.
All right, and maybe we can come and consider some of the issues that might have made a difference.
Yes.
In January 2021. Can I just turn then to the issue that has been raised with a number of witnesses, which is the position of children who had education, health and care plans, and trying to understand what the rationale for allowing on the face of the policy those children to attend school was. And if I can just premise the question by saying that, and the inquiries looked at the guidance from March, April, and I think this follows through into the guidance of May 2020 as well, that on the face of the policies, it said that children with an education, health and care plan could attend school, but the policy then qualified it effectively by saying the test, and I mean test in a sense of a test in guidance, was whether or not children with an ECHP whose personal care needs couldn't be met at home could go to school. And whether, so that's the premise. And first of all, was that the intention of the policy, that really only a subset of children with education, health and care plans should attend school?
So I think there were two aims in allowing children with an education and health and care plan to attend school. The first was around care and safety, and recognising that some of those children would get better care and be safer at school because of the needs that they had. And I think there was a second concern, which was around the provision of their education, which again, in general, for a child with an education, health and care plan is better provided in school. And in a sense, the essence of the education, health and care plan being in place is that they need specialist provision in order to be able to get good access to their education. I think the balance between those two aims shifted from the very first iteration of the guidance. I think it actually shifted quite quickly, but I think the very first iteration of the guidance was heavily counted towards care and safety. And so there were the phrasing you describe was in there, as well as some phrasing that essentially said if they could be safely supported at home, they should be, which I think tilted towards a default of kind of at home unless they need to be at school. I think we quite quickly, and sorry, I say we as the department, I think the department quite quickly saw that numbers attending were very low, and were concerned about that. And sorry, the other thing I should say is, across government, there was high concern when writing the list of key workers who would be able to send their children to school and making these decisions, that there would be too many people in schools for effective infection control. And very early on, that was the biggest concern. And it very quickly pivoted because it became clear that actually not very many people were going to school, to a concern about there not being enough children who were vulnerable and would be better off in school. And so you can see that when we published the updated guidance on the 19th of April 2020, we changed the wording quite significantly. And I don't think it was just wording, actually. I think the underlying intent shifted. And so that guidance said, and I have an INQ number if you would like, INQ 000519887. And that guidance says the government encourages vulnerable children and young people to attend educational settings unless they have underlying health conditions that put them at severe risk. So it changed that presumption. It also set out specific expectations for each of children and young people with a social worker, children and young people with an education, health and care plan, and children and young people who are otherwise vulnerable. And on the... Joy, do you want me to pause?
No, I'm just... we need to just go to the page number, which I have.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. You've just raced slightly ahead of me.
So 0003.
It's page 3.
So at the top, just below those two bullets, the government encourages vulnerable children and young people to attend educational settings unless they have, unless they have underlying health conditions that put them at severe risk. Thank you very much indeed.
So if we carry on with that and look at the next sentence, during the coronavirus outbreak, vulnerable children and young people are defined as those. So we have the first one, effectively children who have a social worker. And then the second bullet is have an education, health and care plan whose needs cannot be met safely in the home environment. So it's not a test that puts it the other way round and asks, risk assess whether or not this child can safely attend school. It's still premised on children whose needs. Do you see the point?
Yes, I do. If you go to the next page, 004,
yes,
you have specific expectations for children with an education, health and care plan. I agree with you. It has that starting headline that says cannot be met safely in the home environment. But it then says, again, the second paragraph underneath expectations on attendance, where the risk assessment determines a child or young person with an EHC plan will be as safe or safer in an educational setting, it may be more appropriate for them to attend. So it's starting to shift, and it then shifts further. And I think the key thing to say is that we can see a shift in the attendance of children between the writing of this guidance and the next attendance figures. So at the 17th of April, the estimate was that about 5% of vulnerable children and young people were attending on site. After the publication of these guidance, the next figures were on the 24th of April 2020. And the estimate then was that 10% were attending, so approximately a doubling in the attendance of vulnerable children and young people. I think it is still far lower than you would want, to be clear, but the department was seeking from this point, and then in further iterations of the guidance, you see that balance shift further towards attendance. And again, I think there was a real challenge here in trying to get the balance right between children's safety, education, managing the fact that there was still quite a lot of uncertainty, that as well as children with an education, health and care plan often needing that school support, there was also a very large overlap with children who at that stage were being told that they were clinically vulnerable or clinically extremely vulnerable, and people were trying to manage that balance and that shifting picture.
I think that's understood, but I think it's just not clear why a simple test that said risk assess whether or not this child can safely go to school rather than the other way round would have answered that.
I have to say I tend to agree with you.
And the other issue that has come up in respect of this is obviously the risk assessment itself and the evidence that some children either weren't being risk assessed and that was evidence that I think the Children's Commissioner had gathered during this period. And then the Ofsted evidence as well, that some children who were entitled to go to school were still not being offered places. And I think the issue that goes to is how, in this sort of situation, the government monitors the implementation of these kinds of policies and knows if there are problems in their implementation, which may not be clear because these are decisions being made by individual institutions. Is that a matter that the Department for Education has reflected on since the pandemic?
Yes, and I think, Ofsted, of course, is part of the answer to that question. So the reason Ofsted are able to opine on that is because they were working closely with local authorities and looking at that. And both in emergency situations and in normal business, the department has to think very carefully about where you have duties that apply to schools or to local authorities, how you make sure that you've got assurance that the duties are being carried out, but how you do that in a way that doesn't remove responsibility from the body that holds the duty. And we think about that a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is it accepted that, and thinking about the context of a pandemic, that there does need to be a better way to ensure that that intelligence is coming to the Department for Education quickly so that it's understood there is a blockage in the implementation of the policy we've enacted?
So I think one of the reflections, so there were a set of places where data flows were a challenge before and during the pandemic, on many of which we actually used the pandemic as a spur to try and put much better data systems in place subsequently. That's still a work in progress. But I think often having good, transparent and relatively real-time data can really help with those challenges of making sure that you are getting assurance without being overbearing on a system that is working hard under difficult circumstances.
I'm going to move on. I wanted to check that before I do. The inquiry's obviously heard evidence about Section 42 being adjusted so that the duties on local authorities to provide requirements in education, health and care plans was abrogated and the duty became one of reasonable endeavours. The inquiry understands from the evidence that the rationale for that was that these were the sorts of services or therapies that children might be offered in school, and if they weren't in school, they weren't getting them. And I think the issue that has arisen that doubly disadvantaged these children because of the way the policy was working and because of the need of a risk assessment, which meant that they weren't at school, and then at the same time, because they weren't at school, they weren't getting what was offered. Or sorry, what they had previously been entitled to.
Yes, and I think there's a reason that the department didn't make a similar set of provisions when it came to the January lockdown, where the approach that was taken was a little more, if the child cannot get the provision that they need not in school, then we should do everything we possibly can to support them to be in school and to get that provision. I think some of this is not about the level of preparation, it's about the deep uncertainty that there was during that very early pandemic period. Uncertainty about safety, not just of individual children, but of different procedures and processes. So, for example, there was an enormous amount of work the department did on aerosol generating procedures which are needed for some children and young people, where there was real uncertainty about the safety for the child and young person and for the person administering the process, and uncertainty about workforce impact. So again, as it turned out, although many schools and colleges and children's social work teams did really hard work during the pandemic with staffing pressure and difficulty, the kinds of staffing level drops that we had been asked to plan for and that people thought might transpire didn't come to pass. And so it's quite easy to look back on it and say, well, it looks like there were enough people that you could have done all of those things and you didn't need to disapply. That really wasn't clear at the point when those provisions were put in place. And we were trying to strike the right balance between making sure children got everything that they possibly could and not leaving people in a position where they were forced into unlawfulness because it was impossible to do the thing that was asked.
But is there a lesson to be learned from that about preempting or making changes to children's rights and entitlements before there is evidence that it's actually required? Because I think that was an issue that also arose in respect of the coronavirus regulations, where it seemed to be assumed that there would be a need for the changes that were made. But I think the department's position is they weren't used because they weren't needed.
Yes, I think there's definitely a lesson to be learnt about that, although I would, on the coronavirus regulations, I don't think it was an assumption that was made. I think it was something we were being asked for rather powerfully by stakeholders. There were meetings with ADCS, Local Government Association, and those changes were specifically asked for because people thought that they would be needed. So it wasn't, I don't think it's fair to say the department assumed it. I think a very large gathering of people who were responsible for the provision of those services agreed. I actually think the key mistake there was that we were speaking to the providers, the producers, and we didn't engage children's charities and children's rights organisations directly in those conversations to make sure we were looking at both halves of that. I say that I'm very, very clear that those producer organisations were trying to do the right thing for children. I don't think they were trying to sort of do something they shouldn't, but I think we would have had better preparatory discussions if we'd engaged a wider group of people in them. But I don't think it's fair to say the department assumed it was needed. The department asked for the changes.
Yes, and maybe that's a question of the department testing more whether
Yes.
or not those changes are needed. And I think the position in adult social care was different because there was a need to demonstrate workforce shortages, but that wasn't the position when it came to children.
Yes, and I think that is exactly the sort of thing we have learnt from and would do differently in a future pandemic.
Can I just ask you then just about children more, the much broader cohort of children who might be described as vulnerable, not in a technical sense of the term, but the inquiry has seen the analysis that was prepared by the Children's Commissioner for England, I think in 2018 and 2019. And I can take you to it in your bundle, Miss Adjournment, if you want to see it, but I don't think this is controversial.
Yeah.
That the Children's Commissioner, on her analysis, thought there were about 2.3 million children who would fall within her categorisation of vulnerability. Those being children who live with one of the three of the toxic trio factors for childhood adversity. And we've seen some evidence that the Department for Education calculated it on a lower basis. And first of all, I wanted to check whether it was accepted that there was a much broader cohort of children who would fall potentially within a definition of vulnerability than that was set out in the department's guidance.
Yes, and that was the reason for the other vulnerable category. I'll just say one thing about the Children's Commissioner's analysis. So I think we completely accept that there's a much wider category of children who could be described as vulnerable. I think Indra Morris, in giving evidence to the inquiry, raised questions about the use of the term vulnerable, and I have to say I personally share that uneasiness about the use of the term, but I'll use it for ease. The Children's Commissioner's analysis looks at a number of factors, including children in low income, for which she uses the definition of free school meals. She then adds up groups of children who suffer from all of those different kinds of vulnerabilities, and then some statistical analysis is done to try and remove overlaps, because of course they are heavily overlapping groups. Yes. She then subtracts from that children in contact with children's social care, and identifies a group that are not in touch with children's social care but might be otherwise vulnerable. And we accept all of that analysis. The one thing I would say is that a very large proportion of that group will be children on free school meals. And of course, schools do know which children are on free school meals. So it's true that the school might not know, for example, that the child is a child of a prisoner. But I don't think it's quite right to suggest that the school would be unaware of any form of vulnerability for all of those children in that identified group, because the free school meals category is so large and overlaps with so many of those other characteristics. So and I don't say that to be difficult or to question her analysis. I think her analysis is very useful, but it's been bothering me a bit that we haven't been clear about that.
The composition,
quite significant overlap
of that vulnerable group. So I think the department's own narrow estimate for vulnerable children, I think is it 1.9 million children on a narrower measure.
Yes, and again, it's not. It's a slightly different composition of factors, and I don't think we would ever suggest there was a sort of hard boundary of. And again, it's one of the reasons why the vulnerable term is slightly difficult. I mean, these things exist on spectrums. Also, people can have extremely satisfying, effective and fulfilling lives. Even while in these categories, they can have excellent parenting. People can be extremely supportive despite being in one of these categories. And so they're strong indicators of risk that you want to be attentive to and think about. But I don't think they should be used as a sort of label, a definitive label of kind of lack of safety in the home, for example.
I think that what in fact this really goes to is the calculation of the attendance of vulnerable children at school and having a much better understanding of the risks that children are exposed to when they're not at home. Because the Department for Education statistics were measuring children with a social worker and children with an ECHP.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask whether it's accepted that that's an underestimate of the number of children who would have been vulnerable or at risk during the pandemic.
Yes, it is. I think that particularly children with a social worker is a good proxy for the group where there was the clearest knowledge that there was likely to be some risk to them in the home, almost by definition. Because if we know that there's a risk to a child in the home, we use those procedures around the children's social care system.
Yes, but you understand there's lots of children on the cusp of care. There are lots of children who receive services that are less than the statutory services in order to prevent them escalating to be in that position.
Yes.
Can I just come on then, please, to a separate issue, which is the one that you've just touched on, which is that of consultation, and use the coronavirus regulations as an example of that. And first to ask whether it's accepted that the way that those regulations were enacted was entirely asymmetrical in terms of consultation, that consultation was only with those organisations who sought the relaxation of those statutory requirements, as opposed to organisations who might speak to the consequences of them.
Yes, I think that's right. I think there was an attempt to engage informally with the Children's Commissioner, but as the Court of Appeal found in the judicial review, that was inadequate, and we accept that.
And the inquiry has looked at the correspondence from around this period and has seen that the Children's Commissioner was writing to the Department for Education on the 6th of April, precisely on the point that the guidance that had just been published left a void because it informed, it stated that local authorities may well I'm summarising, may well not be able to meet their statutory obligations, and didn't say anything about what those statutory obligations were. Yes. So that she had written on that very issue, and these were the regulations that were going to fill that
Yes.
void. And it's difficult to understand why in those circumstances, putting to one side that she is the Children's Commissioner, why she would have been left out of the consultation.
So I think that, and again, remembering that I'm doing this on the basis of the documents
Yes.
that I've seen, my understanding is that there were informal conversations with the Children's Commissioner, and that the team at the time thought that they were engaging her, but that was short of a formal consultation with her, and that the court judged that that was insufficient, and we accept that judgment.
When you say engagement with her, do you mean the email that was sent on the 16th of April?
It is my understanding that there was other engagement with her.
Right. Well, I don't think we've heard anything about that, but nonetheless, it's accepted. As the Court of Appeal said, the regulations were unlawful for that reason.
Yes.
And it's still very, I'm not sure I quite understand. There had been consultation, albeit informal. Are you suggesting that the Children's Commissioner had in fact been treated in the same way as local authorities and the service providers who had been consulted?
So there wasn't a formal consultation of any kind. So everyone who was consulted informally. I think there was more conversation with, and again, I do this on the basis of the documents that I've been provided with. I think that there had been more discussion and consultation with those who were putting forward the measures, but it's not that there was a formal consultation process from which she was omitted. It was that the work was being done at enormous pace and people were trying to engage as quickly as they could. It is my view that if we had time to ring up and talk to the ADCS, we had time to ring up and talk to a wider range of children's organisations, not just the Children's Commissioner, actually. As it happens, I think people did try and have that informal engagement with the Children's Commissioner, but I don't actually think that. I think we should have sought to have at least that informal level of consultation more widely. That's my view.
I'm going to move on to an entirely separate, albeit related issue away from consultation, and it's just to understand the position about the social work guidance that was provided on the 6th of May. So I think, first of all, it's right to say that that guidance was intended to fill the void that had existed until that point, in terms of making absolutely clear what statutory obligations could be no longer had to be met in the way that they had been put before, yes. And that guidance put some guardrails around the exercise of those around the exercise of those regulations as well, didn't
yes,
it? It required sign-off and all the rest, and those other things we see in the guidance. But the concern is that the other visits that guidance applied to, so the other forms of everyday social work visits, that those safety rails didn't apply to that, and indeed appeared to presume that social work visits would be remote unless it was necessary. So again, instead of it being the other way round, you should use remote visits only if it's necessary. Yes. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
And do you accept that the guidance such as it was issued was just didn't contain the safeguards that were necessary in order to ensure that social work practice was consistent and was being carried out in a way that ensured child protection was maintained?
I think what it sought to do was protect the highest priority work and allow flexibility so that social workers could prioritise. So the challenge with some of the statutory timescales was that they risked requiring social workers to go and do the thing that was about to be out of time rather than the most presentingly urgent thing. So I think the intent was to allow social workers to focus on the things that would allow them to safeguard children best. I think, again, this is another case in which people were worrying about both a set of workforce challenges and a set of challenges around acceptability of face-to-face visits to families, not just to the social workers, that risked putting people in a place where even when they were trying to do the right thing, they were found to have been unlawful. And this guidance essentially reflected those regulations and, as you say, put those guardrails around it. It did seek to say, where you're worried about risk, you should prioritise face-to-face. But you're right, it carried the implication that other things would default to remote. Yes. And I think that is, again, I really understand why that was the position at that time. Again, if you think back, the kind of the whole thrust of everything that we were being asked to do was for as many people as possible to stay at home, to do your work from home if you possibly could. Again, I think this is one of those where, having lived through that, you might well, again, if you were faced with exactly the same pandemic, which, again, I'm always conscious we need to make sure we aren't over-planning for exactly the same thing we've just experienced, but I think you might do something different. I think you might push harder that you go face-to-face unless you can't, rather than the other way around.
Yes, or you reverse the presumption. Exactly. And you
yes.
put a consistent, you put yes. some clear principles around yes. deviating from the norm of social work practice.
Yes.
The other issue in relation to this is obviously the really practical one of PPE.
Yes.
And about providing guidance that's actually realistic about what might happen on the doorstep. So can I just deal with those two things as yes. well? Did this guidance also reflect the fact that there were shortages in PPE as well? Or was that a concern at this point?
It was. We were working very hard to make sure PPE was prioritised for the children's social workforce, and we were relatively successful in that, I would say. But we were always conscious. I mean, again, this was a period in which everyone representing any workforce that was still in face-to-face contact with anybody was clamouring for PPE, and so there was a sort of enormous cross-government. I was about to use the word bonfire, but that's probably not helpful. It was better than that. There was a process in which everybody could see the really clear need for their workforces to have PPE, and there was a really difficult exercise, in my view, being done to try and rank those needs in order and get as much PPE to the people who need it most as possible. And we did quite well at getting children's social workers to the top of that list, but we were acutely conscious that it was, there was far more demand than supply as a whole, and so we couldn't I think at this stage it would be fair to say we couldn't necessarily guarantee that if we had pushed for everything to be done face-to-face, we could have said there would definitely be enough PPE to make that happen. So we were trying to give flexibility. I think you could have given that flexibility still with the default the other way around,
yes.
and it might have been better. But I think people were acutely conscious of those practical difficulties.
All right. I'm going to move on to a new topic, which is that of impact assessments, and specifically equality impact assessments as well. I think, can we see if we can do this without necessarily needing to go to one, just so that the inquiry can understand the Department for Education's perspective on equality assessments. I don't think there's any dispute. There wasn't an equality assessment carried out prior to the closure of schools.
Yes.
I think we have a draft one that was carried out sometime after. I'm not sure it's clear if it was finalised.
It was written. It was written at the same time as the impact assessment for reopening in June, and it was done because the public sector equality duty. I mean, again, you of course know this, but applies not just to moments of decision making, but to all of the exercise of the functions of any public authority, and so. The judgment was it was much better to write one in detail when we could, and then make sure that in the implementation we were going back round and seeing whether we could do even more. Again, the writing of the assessment isn't the thing that fulfills the duty. The duty is fulfilled by giving due consideration at the moment that the decision is made. But as a department, we tend to find the writing of those assessments helpful as well as necessary in trying to make sure we're doing our job as well as we can.
Yes, and because they can be important for identifying mitigations as
yes.
well. But can I just come back to equality impact assessments and their potential limitations in relation to children? I mean, the first limitation that may be particularly relevant to children is that socioeconomic disadvantage isn't a protected characteristic, yet it is one of the most important characteristics that affects children's development, education, and many of the other issues that you're concerned with, correct?
Yes.
And the second, perhaps inherent limitation is that the characteristic of age isn't a protected characteristic when it comes to the provision of services either. So
yes, and I mean, as you can see in the impact assessments we wrote, we tend to write the impact assessment as if it is because it's helpful, but you're right, that's not part of the legal duty.
And also an equality impact assessment is about comparing protected characteristics as well, which is of less use in a pandemic situation because those things may be of much less interest. What you're really interested in is just impact on children.
Yes.
Which obviously raises or points to the importance of child rights impact assessments as an alternative tool. Do you agree?
So I certainly think that there's value in making sure that impact on children is being considered. The department do use children's rights impact assessments, and we find it a helpful tool in many circumstances. I suppose the other, and again, this is covered in the legislation on equalities impact assessments, but you always have to guard against the sort of writing of the assessment substituting for the thinking really deep embedded in the decision itself. And so my only question about the use of children's rights impact assessments is whether what you actually want is for the core of the decision to be focused on children's rights, which I would actually argue a lot of the decisions the department took during the pandemic were kind of deep focused on the rights and interests of the child. But I mean, I agree with your reflections on the limitations of equality impact assessments in focusing on disadvantage.
But I think what you're saying is that if rights assessments are to be used as a meaningful tool, then they do have to properly reflect all of the implications, for example, of a policy on children in a way that is meaningful and realistic.
Yes, and I think I'm saying that you want to make the requirement around it compatible with the real world decision making that happens. And again, I say this carefully, but there is a trade-off between a requirement that and again, I do feel this a little bit in respect of equalities impact assessments. There's a trade-off between a requirement that asks you to consider every one of an extremely long list of things, some of which may be more or less relevant to the specific decision being taken, and how far it is easy to genuinely get a decision maker to think about all of those things, including when they may not be that relevant to the core of the decision being taken. So there's something about, and again, the legislation does actually cover this, but there's something about our practice in doing it and the way we set it up to encourage this. There's something about proportionality and and I don't mean not caring about equalities or children's rights. I mean really focusing on the things where you're going to make the biggest difference, have the biggest impact, and making sure that is at the centre of the decision maker's consideration. And that can sometimes be easier if you're not required to present those things in a list of everything you can think of, yes, as opposed to with focus on them.
Can I just check that I've understood you? I think maybe, does that go to the sort of comparative exercise that you have in an equality impact assessment, whereby those comparisons may not mean very much in the context of the decision you're making?
I think it goes to the comparative part, and it also sometimes goes to, and again, I say this carefully because I do think there's something about the logical exercise of being required to think about everything that is helpful, but for a decision maker, for example, taking decisions about school closures in a pandemic, there are some things where the impact is so great that it genuinely should be weighed up against the risk of mass fatality. And there are a whole lot of other things that just aren't ever going in contrast to that. And again, I hesitate to give an example, but the question is, how do you make sure that in the moment of actually making those very difficult decisions, you are able to focus remorselessly on those things that have really big, really serious impacts that genuinely might shift your decision making on those really material points. And sorry, I will shut up in a minute. I'm sorry, but I've thought about this quite a lot. But there's something about how you frame a requirement or a provision, both so that it's comprehensive and so that it's proportionate, that I think is hard and bears consideration.
Can I just separate out? I think there are two.
Before you do, I've been asked twice now to ask you to slow down.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't know after the first time, because like me, you speak very quickly. So I wasn't to criticise myself. But if you could, it'd be really great.
I'm so sorry. I will.
Just on that,
to write myself a note.
I think that on that issue you've just raised, Ms Eklund, you may have jumped to an issue that Modulate has been exploring, which is the question of where you measure or where you balance children's rights against precisely the sort of other interests and rights that you've just described. So if you're considering schools, when you're considering the closure of schools because of the potential impact it might have on broader transmission of a disease, where does that thinking and where does that weighing up and balancing take place? The inquiry has seen the evidence of the Children's Commissioner writing to SAGE to suggest or to ask why are children's interests not being taken into account in that forum. So can I ask you about that first? The Department for Education was represented on the Children's Task and Finish group,
yes,
wasn't it? So is it correct that in fact, insofar as there was a voice for children's interests or a voice that was able to say this will have terrible consequences for children's education, it was reflected in SAGE, or certainly in the Children's Task and Finish group? So
yes, I mean the department was part of the setting up of the Children's Task and Finish group. I think SAGE is not a decision-making body. SAGE is an advisory body focused on medical and health evidence. And so principally we were listening at SAGE, not talking, because we aren't the holders of the medical and health expertise. I think the more important point was that SAGE were providing one lens, that we needed to make sure that children's health was being considered and was being considered in the broadest frame, but that there would be non-health related considerations as well. And I don't think the right mechanism would have been to try and feed those in through SAGE. I think that was about combining the SAGE evidence on health with other evidence and perspectives. And I think you can see the department doing that throughout the pandemic, seeking to say, what about the other impacts on children? Again, at some of the most difficult moments where the health advice is starting to say some more restriction in society is needed in order to manage the pandemic, the department, certainly from the summer onwards, was consistently saying, yes, and interfering with children's education is the last thing you should do when you're trying to identify the mechanisms for controlling that spread.
And I think the issue then is, I think the first issue, and it's the one that's been raised in evidence, is whether or not the Department for Education was sufficiently, I hesitate to use the term in the room, but whether or not it was sufficiently integrated into the main decision-making processes. And I think that means Downing Street, in order to ensure that those interests were properly taken into account. Has the Department for Education reflected on whether or not it did have the role it ought to have had when those really significant decisions were made?
So I think in general, the department did have a good voice. I think there are two things that I would say about that which are relevant. The first is actually back to the topic of pre-pandemic planning and the way that government as a whole thinks about its resilience and rapid response planning. And I think this was true before the pandemic and for quite a lot of the course of the pandemic. The starting assumption was that the key people to have in the room were the owners of the presenting risk. In other words, the Department for Health, because it was a health risk. Again, you can also see this in some of the exercises that have run since. So, for example, the department, again, I may get the precise name wrong because it's changed, but the Department for Energy and Net Zero in response to risks around power. And the Department for Education doesn't hold many causes of risk. We have some, but mainly we're an department that holds really big society-wide downstream impacts of those risks. And quite a lot of the sort of structures and the setup around resilience before the pandemic, during the early part of the pandemic, assumed the key people you had in the room were the kind of risk-causing people, not the risk-impacted people. And we've now had that conversation in those terms really clearly with the Resilience Secretariat, and they've shifted that fundamental set of assumptions. So we have not just a seat at the table when there's something being decided about children, but an assumption that we should be a core part of resilience preparations and contingency planning. And again, we've been exercising that over the last couple of weeks through exercise Pegasus, which I think may have been mentioned by others to the inquiry. And we do see a different approach. I think that's also about the department's own capacity and capability. So because of that starting assumption, we didn't really see ourselves as a department that needed a big infrastructure around, a big standing infrastructure around resilience. We now have a very good, and I pay them tribute, they've done a huge amount of work in support of me today, resilience team in the department, and a much stronger set of structures. The second thing is, I think there were a small number of extremely high-profile decisions that directly affected children where it was odd that the department was not in the room when the decision was taken.
And do you mean the decision to close schools in March 2020, the decision to close schools in January 2021?
Yes, I do.
So essentially the biggest decisions that affected the Department for Education, and it wasn't in the room.
And I both understand that, and again, I do think it comes down to this point of having decided that is the last thing you're going to do. You're going to be doing that in the most extreme, crucible moments. But I nevertheless think that it would have been better to have the Secretary of State for Education in the room.
And do you think that's a reflection of it being an in extremis situation, or a reflection of children's interests and rights not being properly afforded the importance that they ought to be when those decisions have the capacity to change their lives effectively?
I think it's about those being very extreme moments. I think it's about everybody involved thinking they knew how to worry about children's rights themselves without someone else needing to tell them. I think there's, and again, this is a sort of, I have to be careful because this can be a slightly tedious refrain of government. I think, and I've worked in the centre of government as well as in departments, but there's a bit of a tendency when you work in the centre to assume you know what departments are going to say and that you have enough expertise without them to take many decisions. And there's a tendency when you work in departments to assume that the centre doesn't have nearly the expertise it thinks it has and really needs your expert advice. And sitting as I am currently in department, I would say that it was less a risk that the people taking the decision in the centre didn't care about or take seriously children's rights. It was that they thought they had the information that they needed without the department in the room.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Oh, it's 4 more minutes to the break time, and maybe we can make a start on the. It's a related topic to what you've discussed, but it goes to events that I think you were closely involved in, and the inquiry would be assisted by your evidence on it, and that is the events leading up to the 4th of January 2021.
I think this is so important.
That we'll have a break.
And given the stenographer has been struggling this morning, I think we'll take the break now. I think you've been warned about our breaks, Ms. Ackland-Hood, and I shall return at past.
All right.
Dobbin.
Thank you. Ms Ackland, before that adjournment, we were turning to the issue of January 2021 and the events leading up to school closures, and specifically the issue relating to mass testing. And it's really that I want to focus on and see if we can clarify some of the events. Shall we see if we can manage without the documents, but if we do, we can turn to them. The inquiry saw that on the 4th of December, I think it was a COVID-0 meeting took place, and the issue of mass testing was discussed. And it was said at that point that the task force was supportive of the proposal for testing in schools, but said that the Department for Education didn't have robust delivery plans or clarity on funding. Are you familiar with that meeting and the note to which I'm referring, or would you like to see it?
Yes, no, that's fine. I'm familiar. So I think, and my lady, the inquiry, I'd really like to set out this sequence of events around mass testing, and I'll try and do it really slowly.
Before you start, if I interrupt at any point, it's because it may be that you're coming to a point that I was going to ask you about, where I think there is, or the inquiry thinks there is a lack of clarity. So if I interrupt you, it's for that reason.
Of course, and you should do exactly what you need to do. I'm just really keen to help with this bit because I think it's quite confusing. So I think the fundamental confusion arises because there were several different plans for mass testing in quick succession. So I was just going to try and lay those out, and then perhaps we can look at particulars in relation to them. So I'm going to start in October 2020, when DFE worked with DHSC and Public Health England on piloting of mass asymptomatic lateral flow device testing, both in universities and in schools and colleges. And two different things were being tested. One was what was called test to find. So this was effectively mass or widespread testing of asymptomatic people to see if more positive COVID cases could be found and then managed. The second thing was what is quite often in the papers referred to as serial testing. And that is using testing instead of self-isolation when there's a positive case. So if someone tested positive, rather than all of their contacts having to isolate for a long period, the contacts would instead take 7 consecutive days of lateral flow tests. And both of those two things were tested in the pilot. And the pilots were supported by health colleagues and by the military in terms of the administration and management of that for schools and HEIs.
Ms Ackland, it might help just before you proceed with that, just to clarify, the pilot was relatively small,
yes,
wasn't it? It wasn't. It might give the impression, if you talk about a pilot, that it's all over the country and lots of schools, but it wasn't.
No, it was very small. It was to establish whether the principle worked.
Yes.
And it was promising. And at that stage in October, we were particularly interested in the serial testing aspect because we could see at that stage that there were many more children missing school because they were self-isolating than because they were ill. And so the proposal, that piloting led to two things. The first thing was the deployment of mass testing in universities for the return from university before Christmas. And that was piloted on a wider scale, and then it was rolled out. So the announcement was made on the 11th of November that there would be on-site lateral flow testing in universities as students went home to try and make sure that that return of students didn't spread COVID. And that was carried out. So test kits were deployed to universities, they set up testing centres, students were tested and they went home. So by the time we get into this December period, one important thing to remember is that we have done this in universities. There's a lot more schools than universities, but we're not starting from scratch. The proposal that went to COVID-0, and this is the 10th of December meeting, so this is the meeting after the one that you referred to, was to set up testing sites on school and college sites to deliver lateral flow testing, and it was specifically to do testing on return to secondary schools of school and college staff, so not students at this stage, just staff, and to introduce serial testing of close contacts. And that at that stage was still somewhat dependent on MHRA approval, but it was expected. So what we were planning for and standing up on the 10th of December was something that required a test site in every school, but not the regular or on-return test of every pupil. It was staff, and then it was serial testing for staff and students. And that's important because the numbers are very different. So if you're only testing contacts, you don't need nearly as many tests as if you're testing every student either once on return or regularly. You can see in the papers that having worked on that very closely with DHSC, they wanted to withdraw, they didn't want the paper presented as joint.
Can I just be clear, just so that we're not losing the thread, which paper it is you're talking about?
This is the paper that was presented to COVID-0 on the 10th of December. Yes. And my recollection and understanding from the papers is that that was principally because the Secretary of State for Health, on seeing the paper that morning, said that he wanted it to go further and for there to be more testing. And that was quite challenging for the team because up until that point, the main interaction with health had been about whether or not enough lateral flow devices could be made available to do the testing that was already proposed. So we had, again, and I understand all of these positions, incidentally, we had officials saying, you've got this big plan for testing. We're also seeking to roll out very widespread, there were a whole series of plans for very widespread community testing. We don't know if we can give you enough kits to do the school testing you're proposing. And we'd been negotiating that with them and trying to get to the point where we could do what was in this proposal. And then when the Secretary of State for Health saw it, he wanted there to be more testing. In the meantime, they did agree this proposal, and we announced it on the 15th of December. And on that proposal, we'd had quite a lot of discussion with school partners. There was anxiety about school staff delivering the tests, but because of the scale of it and because of the benefits of the serial testing in particular, and because of the pilots as well, we were pretty confident that we could do it.
So just to go back to the meeting where it was being said there wasn't robust delivery plans.
That was before that.
So, but in terms of delivery of what? Was that delivery of the more limited serial testing?
Yes.
Or was that... So even at that point, with the limited plan, that was the concern?
It was. I'd say two things about that. First, 6 days is an awfully long time in this period. We were moving things along hour by hour on a lot of these issues. And the second is, again, rightly, it is extremely common in government for people to say that each other's plans are not robust enough yet and to test them and kick them and push them. So I think there were worries about it. I think by the time we got to the 10th, the worry wasn't about whether we could. So there was as I say, there was still relatively close to that a concern about whether or not enough lateral flow devices could be made available, and there was still work to do on the logistics. I mean, all of this was being done. I mean, if in normal times, in my day job, you asked me to set up a programme to administer a health test to a very large number of children in every school across the country, I would tell you it would take 3 years. That would be my starting estimate. So all of this is being done at extreme pace. But by the 10th, I think we were appropriately confident that we could deliver that serial testing and teacher testing proposal. And I can say that with quite a lot of confidence, because if you fast forward to what we actually did, and there's some more story in between, but schools reopened to vulnerable children and critical workers on the 4th, secondary and primary, and we had some primary schools open as well. By the 6th of January, 2 days after that, we had administered 47,000, a little bit more than 47,000 lateral flow tests in school settings, which, again, give or take, would have been more than enough to meet the expected demand on this first plan. So my level of confidence that we could execute that first plan is not theoretical. We did it. We did it under slightly different circumstances, having attempted something else. But I feel really secure in my judgment that had that remained the plan, we could have executed it, and I think we could have executed it really well. The second thing that happened then was that the Secretary of State for Health continued to press for a more comprehensive testing programme.
Can I just ask you to pause before we proceed to that, because I think there is a factual issue here, in that the Secretary of State announced, there was a public announcement on the 15th of December that schools would be expected to roll out testing, and that's the serial testing that you've described. But we know that on the same day, on the 15th of December, there is this important paper that sets out the requirement, for example, to mobilise 49,000 people. And I think that's where there's a lack of clarity, whether or not when the public announcement was made, there were still, are these...
No, this is in relation to a new plan.
Yes.
So this is why it's confusing.
Yes.
So on the day we were announcing that, we were under pressure to go further and do more. And the proposition that was made then was for testing on return of every secondary child, 2 tests within a week. And again, the scale of that is an order of magnitude different from the serial testing requirement. And that is why there were, even though the announcement was being made on the 15th of the first plan, there were papers circulating on the 15th which related to the second, more intense plan. And it was in relation to that plan that we were seriously worried we wouldn't have the workforce and the capability to deliver. And again, you can see in the papers both us trying to work at what we can do through the school workforce and us saying we really think we would need support to do this. There was then a third ask, which is for secondary pupils to be tested weekly. So both a test on return, 2 tests a week apart, and weekly testing thereafter, which again just further increases the ask in respect of testing.
Can I just ask you to pause, because I think that is suggestive of or relates to what Sir Gavin Williamson said about these increasing demands being placed on the Department for Education. This is in the context of transmission rates going up and the emergence of the Kent variant.
Yes.
Did you, I mean, you were party to all of this. Did those demands seem unreasonable in that context? Or was the issue the manpower that would be expected? I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
The reasonableness of the testing ask and the reasonableness of how to man it. Yes.
So we entirely understood why more was wanted in the context of the infection picture. And we really wanted to do everything we could possibly do to keep schools open. But on the 15th and the 16th in particular, we were really worried about the practicalities of doing that. So we'd done, again, I'm not going to say it wasn't rapid work, it was rapid work, even for the first plan I described, but we got to the point where we had a pretty good idea how we would do that. But this was a huge extension of that. Now, and both I and the Secretary of State expressed that, and again, you can see that in the minutes of meetings. However, everybody involved in this, the Secretary of State for Health, Secretary of State for Education, me insofar as it is my place to have a view rather than to execute the things I'm told to do, and I do advise as well as execute, really wanted to do anything we could possibly do in order to keep schools open. So I want to explain that the requirement changed. I'm not actually complaining about it, I just want it to be clear. And what we did then, having expressed our anxiousness about it, was, and again, this might come across oddly, but like we did what civil servants do, which is you give your best advice, and then when you're given an instruction, even if you think it's difficult, you execute it as well as you possibly can. So when we were asked to expand that, we went away and we ran at that problem as hard as we possibly could. I mobilised staff across the department and asked them to work over Christmas. We communicated to schools. It was a very, very difficult communication. We were asking something that I think felt deeply unreasonable to schools, and I really acknowledge that. But the context was that we were being told, if you want to keep schools open, you've got to go further and do more and make this happen. And by the time we get to the 29th of December, which was the day of the critical conversations around whether we needed to kind of essentially whether we could open, there was a conversation in which there were strong health voices advocating for a bigger delay to the return to school for infection management reasons. And because by the 20th, and again, I know this sounds, again, in normal times, this sounds very odd, but between the 16th and the 29th, we had done a huge amount of work on this. We'd got the logistics organised for the delivery of this much larger number of tests. We'd issued guidance. We'd got ready to run webinars for staff. We had got some MACA support, not as much as we wanted. It was advisory rather than on the ground. But we were increasingly confident that we could deliver this greater level of testing. Again, we'd initially said it would be voluntary for schools to take up, and there was a push to make it more required, and we said we're going to have to accept this is a huge ask for them, and people will do it if they possibly can. But you will see us in the meeting on the 29th saying, actually, we think we can now do this much bigger ask, and if that's what it takes to keep schools open, we'll do it. And the compromise was a delay of a week with that testing in place. In some of the papers, it is presented as though the delay was necessary in order to get the testing stood up. That's not my recollection. My recollection is that people wanted the delay anyway for infection control reasons, and it would help. I mean, it certainly helped us. It made it easier. But there were a whole set of people who needed testing on the 4th of January, whatever we did, because the school was open for vulnerable children and the children of critical workers. And we did have test centres set up in the vast majority of schools by the 4th of January. We had lateral flow devices delivered to 97.2% of schools by the 4th of January. We tested 47,000 people, as I said, by the 6th of January. We ended up carrying out something like a quarter of all of the tests in the testing programme in school sites. And I think that testing programme was one of the most extraordinary things that was done in what was an extraordinary time, and I cannot emphasise enough how grateful I am to schools, to trusts, to teachers, to teaching assistants, to parent volunteers in large numbers who came together to make that happen, and actually also to my staff in the department who did that. And I think it is, again, there's a debate about how far the testing really made the difference, including in kind of whether that could have held infection in January. And I think it is the scientific consensus that it wasn't going to hold that position. but we didn't know that at the time we stood it up, and it did really help us to manage infection through the whole of that January to March period and to manage school return in March. And we continued to test on return at each point when schools came back after a break, and it increased both confidence and helped us to manage. And I just wanted to set out that there's quite a lot of it felt as though there was suggestion in there that the testing was badly done or badly organised, and I don't think that reflects the reality. I think the reality was that we were asked to do some very challenging things, that changed rapidly, and people rose to that challenge absolutely magnificently, and I wanted to say that.
I think what might be surprising about all of that is that it was left to schools, and that's not put as a criticism. That's put as obviously that would be a mammoth effort.
It was enormous.
So I think one of the things that obviously wasn't clear from the underlying papers, but I think can just about be worked out, that maybe there was military assistance of quite a small number of people.
About 1,500.
So small compared to the number of schools that, if you were going to help implement this sort of plan, would be available.
Yes, so we'd hoped. So if you go right back to those October pilots, there was military support for the pilots that was on the ground actually helping do the activity. And we had hoped for that as part of the rollout. And it became clear, again, in that slightly messy period in December, that was, and again, we had a moment where there was a suggestion there might be 5,000 people available. It was, I think, already that was in the meeting papers, but already by the time the meeting took place, it was. So again, this is the 15th or 16th of December meeting. I think in the papers I say in the meeting, it's not clear that this is really a kind of solid offer. The MACA request was made. We did get support from about 1,500 people, but again, if you think about the number of schools there are across the country, that didn't mean a person in every school. It was a group of people who could give advice and support, and we had some sort of flying teams who could go if there was a particular difficulty. But it did fundamentally mean the core of the activity was in schools and by schools, and it was. I think it was an exceptional thing to ask. It would have been much better to have been able to find a way of not asking school staff to do that. But in the moment where the choice was, if this is going to happen, this is how it's going to happen, we lent as hard as we could into trying to make it happen, and we did.
And do you have a clear understanding as to why the support that might have been available wasn't made available?
So I think there was. I think there were a couple of reasons. I think there's a limited amount of MACA capacity, so there's a sort of straight question about how many people were available and all of the other things that they were being asked to do. There was, again, so as well as our several different testing plans during this period, there were a very large number of different plans put forward at various different points for mass community testing. And again, there was a mass testing event in Liverpool, which schools were part of and which was MACA supported because the whole thing was MACA supported. And I think that a bit as with the supply of the test devices, there were a lot of people in DHSC and the Cabinet Office trying to work out, and indeed in the Ministry of Defence, trying to work out how to deploy the available resource to all of the different requirements that were being made. And we were doing it at great pace. I don't know and didn't have visibility at the time of exactly what the other competing requirements were, but I wouldn't like to assume they weren't also very important.
And one of their other requirements would be doing their day job.
Correct. Yes.
And we made a lot of demands on the military, which they
Yes.
wouldn't normally expect during the pandemic.
Yes.
And I've heard a fair bit about it, things like PPE distribution
Yes.
and the like.
Yeah. And I should say the MACA support they did give us was extremely, hugely welcome, very helpful. And they did it very well.
In fact, my question had been about other sources of support that might have been available rather than just the military sources. Again, reading from the papers, it would appear that it was thought that the Department of Health or that there might have been able to mobilise assistance or test and trace. England
Yes.
may have been able to. It appeared that there were suggestions. There might
Yes.
have been other forms of support that didn't materialise.
Yes, so again, in that set of papers that suggested there might be some possibility of more MACA support, there was a list of other workforces that might be possible to mobilise. And again, we continue to engage with DHSC on that, but I think at the pace available, they were struggling to crystallise that into a kind of. And again, I really recognise that colleagues in DHSC were doing quite a lot of other things at the time. So again, we sought that additional help. We really tried to explore it, but in the end, the task was to do it as if we could possibly do it, and we knew that we could work with staff in schools and colleges. We had those links and connections, and we did deliver the programme.
Yes, I was going to say, because that comes back to the issue of what the confidence levels were in and around the start of January 2021 as to whether or not this could be delivered. But it appears from your evidence that you did have that confidence from the work that you had been doing, that it was deliverable.
Yes, and I think the confusion arises partly because of the different plans. So on the 10th of December, I'm very confident, and that's because I'm delivering the first plan, which we've been working on over time. On the 15th and 16th, I'm very worried because the plan has changed. By the 29th, I'm much more confident even in the new plan because we've done some work.
I'm grateful. I'm going to move on to a different topic.
Of course. I'm sorry we took long on that. I hope it was helpful.
No, I think that it's been very helpful to have the clarity. May I ask you then about, again, these are two interrelated things really relevant to most children. And the first relates to remote education and its provision during the pandemic. We've heard, obviously, evidence about children not having access to devices, but then related issues about children's engagement with online forms of education, issues about how schools engaged with children in terms of remote education as well, so providing feedback, the ability to provide synchronous lessons, so a series of issues related to online education. So I wonder if you could summarise the department's evidence on what changed between the first and second set of school closures so that remote education became more engaging or more effective.
Yes, I'm very happy to do that. So, as we've covered, before the pandemic, remote education was not a formalised or widespread practice in England's primary or secondary schools. There were some schools that were making extensive use of technology in their teaching and others that were making very little. Initial focus, our initial efforts for that first lockdown focused on working with a wide range of partners to develop content that could be accessed whether through parents or through school office. So things like the partnership that we made with the BBC, with the setting up and development of the Oak National Academy, work with Google and Microsoft on platforms, work to whitelist education websites so that they would not be counted in people's data usage, so they could be accessed for free, and ordering a first set of devices which was focused only on children with a social worker. And I can talk a bit more about why we didn't order more devices sooner.
Disadvantaged children in year 11 as well, so it may not have been quite as narrow.
It was, thank you, you're quite right. The priority order started with those disadvantaged children with a social worker, and that was about 220,000 laptops which were distributed during that first period. The logistics of getting hold of the laptops were a real challenge. Once you start sourcing in tens or hundreds of thousands, the laptops are being built for you, and almost none of them are built in this country. And so the flash to bang between ordering and getting a laptop involves somebody actually building the laptop and shipping it here. In terms of expectations set in that first period of the pandemic, there were some expectations set, and they were strengthened somewhat in June, and then work began over the summer to develop the temporary continuity direction, which was eventually enacted in October, which required schools to make provision for remote education. But I think it would be fair to say that the requirements focused on schools' flexibility in the first lockdown, recognising that not every child would have a device, recognising that teachers were teaching vulnerable pupils in school as well as trying to deliver remote education. I think our reflection over the summer and as we went into the autumn was that we needed to strengthen expectations. And we did that through the course of the autumn, including asking for minimum daily learning hours to be delivered for different ages of pupil, and making more requirements in terms of contact and feedback from teachers. And those were then enforced through the temporary continuity direction, which came into force in October 2020.
And was there, I may be able to cut through this a little bit, was there more understanding by the time of the second set of school closures as to what worked in terms of helping children to engage? I mean, the inquiry's heard some very serious evidence about, and it's also reflected in what children told the inquiry in its Children and Young Voices report, but about the real challenges that children might have in just, you might be online, but there are a whole lot of other things that are vying for your attention, which might make engagement in remote education rather harder. And I think it's trying to understand what makes the difference in that context.
Yes, and so there was a lot of work, both formally and informally, to try and make sure that we were collecting and spreading good practice on what worked in delivering remote education. And so we had the Get Help with Technology programme, which was not just about the delivery of devices, but was about the giving of advice to schools on what worked. We had an Ofsted report which came out in January. We'd done some work on case studies which we'd circulated of good practice from schools, and that was not just about, as it were, use of the devices. It was about how to teach well through that medium and how to use blended combinations of live lessons, recorded lessons, and other types of work and contact.
And if I can just then put this in the context of this inquiry and looking to future pandemics.
Yes.
Can I ask you some questions about how you take that knowledge and how it's being used in order to ensure that teachers and schools might be ready in a future pandemic? So, for example, does that form part of teacher training, or is it part of updates in teachers' ongoing education? Are there ways it's being harnessed?
So Yes, we have a standing piece of guidance on remote education now, which learns the lessons from the pandemic, and which we do expect schools to use for short-term closures. And you saw that being in use, for example, when schools had to close in relation to RAC. The standing remote ed guidance which was there was used by schools to stand up provision for students when they couldn't be in school for short periods during that difficulty. We continue to have available all of that good practice. In terms of embedding in teacher training, I don't think we have embedded different expectations specifically on how you teach principally remotely in teacher training, but there is an awful lot more training in CPD available to teachers on use of technology more broadly.
That's in fact exactly what I was going to ask you, whether or not the position would be different now if there were a pandemic or a national emergency in terms of, I suppose, first of all, children's ability to access technology, and whether there are audits carried out, for example, or whether there is ongoing intelligence gathering about children's access to technology, and whether that's better understood now.
Yes, I think it's better understood. I think there is still a challenge, however. So we don't require schools to have a teaching model that, for example, involves one-to-one device use for children. Some schools do, many do not. There are more schools that make more use of devices now than there were before the pandemic. There are now certainly very few secondary schools that don't make use of some kind of online learning platform. So that challenge of schools without platforms, I think that is now has moved on very considerably. But I think it is still the case, and again, we've been testing this a little bit through the Pegasus exercise. I think it is still the case that if a pandemic broke out tomorrow, there would be children without access to a device, and we would need to work quickly to try and address that. I think we've done a lot more work on our sourcing and supply, but the challenge does remain that if you're sourcing devices in the hundreds of thousands or the millions, somebody needs to build them for you. You can't just pop down to PC World and get.
Yes, I think it's more about understanding the extent to which that is now a known as opposed to an unknown, which it was at the time of the pandemic.
Yes,
so in other words, if this happened, we know we would need to do this.
Yeah. It's better known. I think we do assert, so we have better data on tech access. Again, it's quite unlikely on the basis of the data we have right now that we would know sort of to the child exactly who had a device and who didn't on the day the pandemic broke out. I'm really confident that we could get that information much more quickly than we did in the previous pandemic. And one of the things we're looking at, again, coming out of Pegasus, is whether we put even more in place around that understanding.
Because isn't that something, I mean, schools could audit those sorts of things presumably fairly easily on an ongoing basis, and there must be an issue about that in any event, given that children's access to technology may be generally important for their broader education.
Yes, and as I say, we would have a whole set of data series that would tell us year to year broadly how many children were using that. Do you see what I mean? Yes. We'd have a good macro picture, but unlike the daily real-time data I now have on attendance, where I can literally tell you how many children were out of school in any school in the country you would like to choose yesterday, and for what reason they were out of school, and how that compares with the position the day before last week. I don't have that level of pinpoint accuracy real-time data on this issue. I could. There is a kind of how many things we ask the system to provide us in that level of detail.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a different subject, if I may. And again, it's one you may have had some personal involvement with, and it's not an issue that the inquiry has touched on before. And it's about the appointment of Sir Kevin Collins and his plans for recovery after the pandemic. I probably don't need to take you to his plans, because I think I can probably summarise that the most significant part of the plans that he produced were to extend the school day. Is that accurate to say that?
Yes.
It's not the only part of his plan, but it was probably one of the most significant aspects of what he was recommending the government did.
Yes, he framed his advice around 3 T's: teaching quality, time, and started off as tutoring and then became targeted support because it extended slightly beyond tutoring, and time was the one. I think he would say they were all equally important, actually, but the time one was a big proportion of the total overall cost.
I noticed on a slide that he prepared, he said, within successful school reforms, time is the single most powerful ingredient. But that was the point, I think, that, or maybe it boils down to, that was the most expensive element of the plans that he was proposing, correct?
Yes.
And can you assist us with the extent to which the Department for Education supported the plans that he produced for recovery?
Yes, so as quite often happens when you have an independent advisor of this kind, he had a team of civil servants from the department supporting him closely and helping him to develop the plan. So in a very sort of practical sense, it was colleagues from the department doing the work with him. And we worked and again, sometimes you do that and you sort of wall off the team and the independent advisor is very separate and then they sort of pop out with their recommendations and you look surprised. This didn't work like that. This was much better integrated. So he had his close team who were doing the work with him, but we were working in a very integrated way with him. There was there were really regular conversations. We were very supportive of the proposals, and we were, I think it would be right to say we were conscious from the start that because of the scale and the ambition of the proposal, we would have to be working really hard on making sure we were demonstrating the value for money of the proposals, particularly to the Treasury. But we were kind of seeking to do that with him.
And were you satisfied that I assume that testing then was put in place to be able to say not only is this workable, but it's value for money as well, and this is what it might produce at the end of it? Yes.
So ultimately, if I think the department, one of my jobs as the accounting officer for the department is that if I think we're about to do something that's really bad value for money, I have to try and stop it. But I would say. So there's a sort of straight, is it good enough value for money for the taxpayer to kind of reasonably support this? And it certainly met that test. I would say, though, that in negotiation with the Treasury, you don't get to do everything you think passes that value for money bar. The Treasury will also say, well, which of these things is the best value for money?
Yes.
So we supported the proposals. We recognised that there would be a conversation with the Treasury on that sort of sliding scale of value for money point. And I think we recognised with Kevin that the time proposals would be the part where the value for money argument was hardest to make.
And can you just explain what happened then in the discussions with the Treasury about the plan, which was supported by the department? So there were a series of So right from very early on, Sir Kevin was transparent with the Prime Minister about the scale of the package that he was thinking about. So he talked about, certainly early on, there was a sort of 10 to 12 billion range that he described to the Prime Minister in one of the weekly notes that he sent him, and I think that's in the documentation. And Treasury knew that was the sort of scale being described. And again, in fairness to them, they said right from the start,
this is not realistic, we aren't going to be able to provide that level of funding.
Yes.
However, it is also true that at the start, the Prime Minister said, and again I paraphrase, yes, I am looking for really big, really ambitious proposals, keep going. So from quite early on in the process, there was a pair of messages, and again, this is not particularly unusual, and to some extent it represents people in government playing their appointed roles and doing their jobs. But we were getting the message from Number 10 that we should be ambitious, and from the Treasury that we were thinking about spending too much money.
Yes. And I think the final outcome of it was that there was a much, much more reduced package than the one that had been advocated for by Sir Kevin.
Yeah, so the most important parts of the proposal on teaching, which was a massive expansion of teacher training, both for new teachers, so what is called the early career framework, which is the support we give teachers in the first 2 years of their career, and national professional qualifications, which is training for more senior teachers and for leaders. The propositions he made on that were accepted. The propositions that he made on tutoring were accepted. And in the initial announcement, the Prime Minister asked that the considerations about time be remitted and thought about harder and put through the spending review process. And eventually, as a result of that, we secured a bit more than £800 million for an expansion of time in 16 to 19, but not anything for expansion of time in schools. We did, however, introduce a minimum requirement for the length of the school day at 32.5 hours. So we didn't increase time, but we did effectively ask every school to meet what was then the average being provided, because one of the things that became clear through the work that Sir Kevin did was that both there was a wide variation in the length of school days, and that it wasn't something that we had looked at or codified for some time before that.
I think the stenographer heard, and I did too, 800 billion. It was 800 million.
Sorry, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes. That would have been magnificent. No.
I'm very grateful to you for clarifying that, and that it's helpful to understand them, because we've seen reflected in your evidence the point about the additional time being provided for 16 to 19-year-olds. It helps understand
Yes.
why that came about.
And I just will briefly say, so there's always a risk that 16 to 19 and further education in particular get overlooked in these conversations. The reason we were successful in arguing for the extra time for 16 to 19 was that, unlike nearly every other country around the world, and indeed unlike the historic position, we as a country fund and support less time for our 16 to 18-year-olds than for our 5 to 16-year-olds. Nearly everywhere else in the world, they offer more teaching time for those older children, and we offer less. So in choosing where to put that funding, they put it in that place. I think, again, if you accept that there were constrained resources, I think that wasn't a bad decision.
We might come to that, and some of the young people who had disproportionately difficult experiences during that period, and those being children who were in that age group or coming up to it. Before I do, though, may I touch briefly on some issues that were raised by Sir John Coles in his evidence? I understand that you're familiar with and understand the point that he made about assessment in summer 2020 and the attempts that he made to engage with the Department for Education in respect of that. And in the course of his evidence, he explained about his engagement with Sir Gavin Williamson, but I also, if I summarise more broadly, was critical of the department and its, I suppose, willingness to listen about the points that he was seeking to make. Did you want to respond to that in terms of the Department for Education's, whether it accepts that characterisation of its response?
Yes, I think there were two things I wanted to say about that. So the first is, I think there's always a risk that when you're in a position of relative power and ability to influence, such as when you are in a government department, that you don't take seriously enough and listen hard enough to the views of others. But I really see in the documents people giving Sir John a lot of time and a lot of attention and seeking to hear from him and listen to him. I also think that there was a lot of it can be a little bit difficult when you can see and have explained to you one person's input and one set of interactions. I think it's important to understand that was happening in the context of a lot of people having a view about this, including many views that were directly pulling in different directions. And so the department was not, I don't think it's a correct characterisation to say the department wasn't listening. I think it was listening to lots of people who had many different views and trying to kind of internalise and manage them. I do think the second thing I'd like to say is that, and again, as I explained at the beginning, my very first few days in the department were entirely absorbed in thinking about what had happened over the summer on exams, and the task I was set was to understand that, to try and manage the consequences which were still continuing when I arrived, and to plan for the following year's exams. And so I did quite a lot of work, including on the formal lessons learnt work that we did around this. And I think it is worth saying that absolutely everybody involved in the process thought that some form of standardisation or moderation process was needed, including Sir John, whose alternative proposal was a proposal that involved a slightly different kind of standardisation than Ofqual had put in place. And my conclusion from having looked at the evidence was that even if you had had a different form of standardisation and modernisation, and even if it made less change to pupils' results than the Ofqual proposal, I am not at all convinced that it would have stood. I think there was a fundamental problem in seeking to assign grades to students that they couldn't see as being directly related to their work. And where you had allowed teachers to give a judgment and the student knew what that judgment was, I think anything that attempted to change that judgment would have been found to be unacceptable under those circumstances. I completely understand why everybody thought some standardisation was necessary, and I also don't agree that this was some kind of tussle between people who care about fairness and people who are sort of mechanically attached to the standardisation of grades as a good in itself. Fairness matters between years as well as within years. So caring about standards maintenance isn't, instead of caring about fairness, it's a form of caring about fairness. And I therefore think that it was completely understandable that everybody wanted to try and make sure they were holding on to that. But I find it very difficult to see that any form of adjustment would have worked, and yet every single person involved in that debate thought we should be trying to do some form of adjustment. And the result of that is that what we've put in place for the future is, again, a standing requirement that every year schools keep a sufficient sample of pupil work through the year that if they were to have to assign grades on this basis in the future, it could be clearly tied to pupils' work, and any moderation could be clearly tied to pupil work as well.
I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to cut over you. Looking at it from the child's perspective, if you had reached March of 2020 and you'd been studying for your A-levels, working really hard, and were told overnight that none of that would stand and that your future was going to be decided by some unknown process, as you say, divorced from potentially everything that you had been doing, and that must have been incredibly difficult for those children.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And do you think the better course then in that year would have been just to go with teacher-assessed grades and to live with the inflation?
I think So, and again, I've thought about this a lot. I think it's really hard to see a really good answer if you start from there rather than starting further back. And again, this comes back to sort of the more planning you can do further in advance and the more contingency you can put in advance, the easier. I think with the massive benefit of hindsight, and again, I sort of always remember throughout all of this period and all of our reflection on it. So Sir Mark Walport, who was the Chief Scientific Advisor right at the beginning of the pandemic, I remember him saying the most powerful instrument in our scientific armoury is the retrospectoscope. And I'm sort of acutely conscious that it's easy to do this through the retrospectoscope. But I think if I'd been doing it, I would have, knowing what I know now, and somehow mysteriously, despite knowing what I know now, not having put in place the things that we put in place, I think I would have attempted to do something that, as it were, did the algorithm first and the teacher judgment later. In other words, that said, here is what we think a reasonable range of grades for your institution looks like. Do your teacher assessment, but be aware that if you're outside that range, we're going to come and have a bit of a look. And so I think I'd have tried to do some more anchoring in advance so that you didn't have the situation where you had a teacher judgment which then felt overruled, but instead you tried to do some anchoring and then asked teachers to do their judgment within the anchoring. And I think you would still have seen significant inflation, and I think you would still have seen schools taking quite different approaches within that. So some schools would have stretched the envelope more than others. I think it would have still been deeply imperfect, but I think I'd have had a crack at it that way round.
Grateful. The other point that Sir John Coles raised was his, and it's documented at the time, his attempts to provide advice as a member of the recovery group, and we saw him sending emails at 2:00 in the morning and asking the question, is my advice going anywhere, because the policies that come back don't seem to take that into account. Was there an issue during the pandemic with the department's ability to integrate that sort of practical advice, or was the problem simply that the policy shifts were so quick that sort of advice couldn't be meaningfully used?
I think it was much more the latter. Again, you're always synthesising and integrating lots of people's advice, and so even when you've done a synthesis, some people will feel that they haven't been heard as well as others. I mean, you know Sir John's experience and pedigree, we take him very seriously in the department, as rightly we should. I think the other thing I have some sympathy with colleagues on is the business of kind of, again, in normal times, we would really try and go back to everybody and say, yes, you said this is what we did, this is why we've taken this bit and not that bit. I think the pace and the intensity of work during this period, and again, some of what he describes is before my time in the department, but I think it is very, very likely that people were just struggling to manage to find the time to do that level of feedback.
But also because shifts were being driven from outside the department as well.
Yes.
I want to come on then, if I may, to impacts. Very broadly, just to consider what the Department for Education regards as being the persistent impacts of the pandemic on children. Can I start with children in elective home education and the figures as they now stand? You've set out in your witness statement the current position is that there are 92,000 children who are said to be being home educated. May I ask, first of all, does the department accept that there is a link between that increase in the number of children being home educated and the pandemic?
Yes. And again, I say that slightly cautiously because the numbers were rising before the pandemic, but we certainly saw a very significant increase during and after the pandemic.
And is that part of the broader cultural issue that some witnesses have pointed to, that there has been this damage done to the contract between schools and families, and the expectation that you go to school?
Yes, I think that's certainly quite a significant part of it. I should say, it's very important to say, we don't as a department regard elective home education as a sort of inherently bad thing. There are many people who home educate for very good reasons and who do it extremely well. And so, again, we tend to try to be a bit careful not to sort of speak about it as though kind of like everything about it is terrible. But we do worry a bit about whether people have felt forced into elective home education. We worry about a small subset of those who are electively home educating who may wish their child to be off the radar of services for reasons that are less positive than that. And again, I just need to be incredibly clear that I'm not saying that I think that is the case for the vast majority of home educators, but I think it is a part of the picture. And we also do worry about, again, in some cases, we worry about the comprehensiveness and effectiveness of the education bill.
Yes. And forgive me, I didn't mean to suggest that there are people
I know.
who don't have
I really know
legitimate...
you didn't. It is one of the topics on which I know I have to be very careful, so I just...
and really it's just a reflection of the Ofsted concern about the numbers of children and the background to some of the children who are being home educated.
Correct.
And the fact that a proportion of those children are vulnerable children.
Yes. And we worry about that very much. And you can see the provisions in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which is currently before Parliament, which seek to address some of those concerns.
That's a question that I wanted to ask you about. The inquiry understands that the register of children who are being home educated is one of the things that the bill contemplates will happen. Ofsted have raised the concern in the inquiry about whether or not it will have access to that register. Is that an issue that's being worked out in the detail of the bill?
Yes.
The other broader issue then that arises is persistent absenteeism arising out of the pandemic, and the proportion of persistent absenteeism having increased quite sharply. But I think from your evidence, some signs that that might be starting to recover. Is that correct?
Yes, we have three different measures we look at, three principal measures we look at on attendance. There's overall attendance, which rose very significantly during the pandemic and has since been coming back down again, including about 5 million more school days attended in total last year than the year before, which is one of the fastest year-on-year improvements on record. The second is persistent absence, and the definition of persistent absence is a child that is missing one school day every 2 weeks, so a tenth of their time in school. And that also rose very significantly during the pandemic, and that is also now reducing. And the third is severe absence. And severe absence we define as children missing more than half of school. And that is a much, much smaller number. So it's about 2.3% at the moment of children miss half of school or more. But that is the one that is still going up. It's not yet started to come down. And we know that when we have significant rises in persistent absence, we see that feed through into later severe. So again, like maths as well as human behaviour says, it's quite difficult to become severely absent if you haven't passed through being persistently absent. And so at the moment, that rise still looks like it's the lagged tracking of the rise in persistent absence. And we hope that having turned the corner on persistent absence, we'll start to see severe absence turn. But we are working really hard to try and make that happen, and schools across the country are doing so too. And again, the work that head teachers and others have done during and after the pandemic to try and address some of these challenges is phenomenal. And I want to take the opportunity to say thank you on behalf of the department to them.
Thank you. Your statement is incredibly detailed as to elements of the effect on children's attainment.
Yes.
And it's not controversial, so I'm not going to take you through the detail of that. But I think broadly speaking, it's accepted on behalf of the department that overall the pandemic did harm the attainment of all pupils, and particularly those who are subject to the disadvantage gap. Is that an overall accurate summary of what's accepted?
Yes, so it harmed education attainment for the average child, but more for those from poorer backgrounds. It reversed at a stroke about a decade's worth of work to close the gap in attainment between children who receive free school meals and their peers. With the determination and work of teachers and leaders, as I described, that is gradually recovering, but it has not yet recovered, and it is being done with effort and difficulty.
The expert to Module 8 has set out in her evidence that her view that as a general picture the disadvantage gap is still widening. Is that the most recent statistics for the Department for Education, I think, demonstrate that in fact that recovery that you allude to has started and can be seen reflected in the most recent data, correct?
Yes, again, the picture is very slightly different depending on which set of results you look at, but broadly speaking, we can see the gap now narrowing again. It is not yet closed to, it's not yet closed to where it was before the pandemic, but it is going in the right direction.
The other thing that the expert to Module 8 said was that there's a consensus that school closures triggered by the pandemic have had a severely detrimental effect on learning and attainment. Again, I wanted to ask if you accept that subject to the evidence of recovery in the most recent data.
Oh, certainly school closures impacted attainment. The pandemic is an incredibly good illustration of why we have schools.
Yes. I think it's really her severely detrimental effect on learning and attainment. So I think it's just...
It had a much severer effect for some children than others, but I think I'm not sure it's profitable to have an argument about the word severe.
And do you accept, and of course there's a differential in the experience of disadvantaged children during the pandemic, but do you accept that overall for most children during the pandemic that it had a severe impact on their education as well? I'm conscious that there are children in private schools who may have had more access, obviously, to online education. So I'm talking about the mainstay of children in state schools.
Yes, the only reason I hesitate on this, so I think it did have a severe impact on the education of children, including children whose education was relatively well served. I don't think that remote education is a good substitute for face-to-face education. I think the pandemic demonstrated that even when well executed, it was very hard to make it substitute. Not least because school provides a lot more than education. I would say that when you look at the performance in the state system of children who are not from deprived backgrounds, we're on many measures we've recovered. We have not recovered for children from more vulnerable children from those more deprived backgrounds, and so that's why I'm just marginally hesitated over severe impact for everybody. I think it did actually have a severe impact for everybody, but I think that the lastingness of the impact was different across those different contours. And the other thing I would say is we tread this quite careful line all the time between making sure we recognise impacts, disadvantages and vulnerabilities in the system, and that we do not accidentally slide into reducing our expectations for children from those backgrounds. Because the literature is so compelling that the expectations teachers, parents and we as a society have are really material in how children do. So if we accidentally project the message that these children cannot recover their education, that they're scarred forever, that we risk actually making that more true than it would have been if we continued to realistically hold the highest possible expectations. And again, I'm sorry to sort of harp on this, but head teachers I speak to, particularly in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, were thinking about this really hard, and were trying to manage children's aspirations and parents' aspirations in an environment where a lot of people in the world were projecting this really quite strong message that, all was lost for a generation. And it's not about being Pollyanna-ish or suggesting that there wasn't a problem. There really was a problem. It was really serious. But recovery for children is aided more by us asserting their entitlement to an education which sets really high expectations for them and helps them to meet those really high expectations, than it is by a narrative that says that it's hopeless or can't be done.
Thank you. I just wanted to put something to you from the inquiry's Every Story Matter report, which brings together the experiences of people, including those who work in education. And one head teacher in England said it, referring to the pandemic, developed a feeling that actually we can do just fine without school, and therefore I don't really need to come. Attendance is at the worst ever nationally currently as a result. I just wanted to ask you about whether you agree that one of the principal issues to come out of the pandemic is understanding that real relationship, I suppose, between continuing to attend school and the potential damage that can be done by disrupting that. And I think there's a second part to that, the very long-term consequences it can have as well.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think there's wider and more multifaceted pieces of. I do think there's been damage to that sort of social contract, but I think we've got incredibly good, very clear survey evidence that there are more parents who think that missing a bit of school doesn't matter, and actually we also have incredibly clear evidence that every day really does count. That, for example, the difference it makes to your grades to go from being a 95% attender to a 90% attender is really significant, and actually is as significant as any other 5% gap. And re-communicating that and helping people hold on to that and understand it is a big job of work. There's also a huge impact on other people's children when children are casually absent. So the teacher has to invest time in catching up the children who've been absent. The class will often go background things. So people also, I think, don't necessarily appreciate that the impact on their own child may not be just about their own child's absence. Both their child's absence can affect other people's children, and that other people's children's absence can affect their child.
Thank you. My lady, it's almost, I think, time for the short adjournment.
Certainly. Very well, we shall return at 1:45. Thank you very much. Stubbin.
Ms. Eckland, I wonder if I could ask you about a different topic, please, which is that of ventilation in school. The inquiry has a witness statement from a Professor Noakes. I think it's probably in your bundle.
Yep.
You don't need to go to it because I think I can just set out in brief terms what she says at paragraph 8.2 of her witness statement, which is this. My view is that while the evidence base around infectious disease is still weak, there's a growing body of evidence that indicates enabling better ventilation and indoor air quality in school environments will have a positive effect on the health of children. This is in terms of exposure to communicable pathogens and other microorganisms such as mould, exposure to air pollution, and enabling thermally comfortable environments. Whilst ventilation or air cleaning is not a silver bullet and will not reduce transmission of Covid-19 or other respiratory infections to zero, there is some evidence to indicate a positive impact in schools and may enable environments to be more resilient to both seasonal infections and future pandemics. And she goes on over the page, and I won't go to this because it's quite simple. She sets out that one of the steps that could be taken in the future is to improve schools' knowledge base on the environmental impacts on health and well-being in relation to air quality as well. And she sets out some recommendations about that. Can I just ask you, please, and I have some questions on behalf of core participants about the position during the pandemic, which I'll come back to, but may I please ask what the Department for Education's what work it's doing at the moment, or whether or not it is doing research in this field of ventilation across the school estate more broadly?
Thank you. Yes, there's some research underway which we've been following closely, which is not yet published, which essentially looks at the effect of, so it's specifically air cleaning, which is not quite the same as ventilation, but it has the effect of removing particulate matter. And we are waiting for the publication of that research, which we look forward to. In the meantime, we really welcome joint work we've been doing with experts, including Kath Noakes, but we've been looking at our guidance on new build schools and the ventilation standards that they must meet. I think it's not yet in the public domain, but the new framework that we've put out around new build increases and clarifies the standards. And having done that, we aren't, and when we have the Bradford study publication, we're going to go back round and look at our guidance and standards for existing schools.
I'm grateful, thank you. One of the questions that core participants have asked is why the Department for Education didn't ensure mitigations such as air filters were deployed more widely during the pandemic, given that they're relatively low cost and could have enabled safer attendance, particularly for children from clinically vulnerable families, whilst waiting for long-term building upgrades.
Thank you. So what we did during the pandemic, as soon as SAGE had given a clear opinion on this, which was in the early summer of 2021, we started the programme to roll out carbon dioxide monitors in schools. Carbon dioxide monitors are a proxy. They don't tell you about the cleanness of the air, but they do tell you how well ventilated your space is. And we did that because we wanted to try and make sure both that we were helping people do really low-cost things to improve ventilation, like open the window, which does work very well, and that where that wasn't possible, either because of thermal comfort or because of the way the building was designed, we could then target the provision of the air filters at the spaces with poor ventilation. You don't get any benefit if you put an air filter in a well-ventilated space, because the air is moving anyway.
I mean, the question's asked whether it was adequate that the first significant action in relation to ventilation was the delivery of air units in 2022. So, in other words, at a very late stage in the pandemic.
So, as I say, we had a clear position from Sage on this for the first time in summer 2021. We then, I don't think we could have rolled out the CO2 monitors more quickly than we did after that. And as soon as schools reported back to us on areas of the school where they couldn't bring the ventilation down, we started shipping the filters. And I will double check this, but I thought the first filters were shipped in 21. I can double check that.
If it's not immediately apparent, that can be checked.
Yes, and we prioritised special schools and alternative provision for both for the CO2 monitors and then for the first delivery of the air filters. I can check that and come. I don't want to tell you something that's not right.
Yes, I'm grateful. The other question that's asked is whether or not, beyond the extant Building Bulletin 101 with guidelines on ventilation, the Department for Education left the matter to responsible bodies for schools to address ventilation.
Yes, so we responsible bodies are so called because they're responsible for all matters to do with their building, and so that is absolutely right. But in the same way that they're responsible for the maintenance of the building and other forms of upkeep.
And sorry, I was going to ask the follow-up question, which is whether or not you perceive a problem with that, or whether you think that is the correct route to take. So
we get asked and think about this question in respect of quite a large range of issues related to buildings. And the trade-off is, do you try and kind of take all of that centrally into the delivery of the department and try and get right, telling every school in the country exactly which bit of their building most needs fixing next? Or do you take the position that people who are closer to the child and the building are better positioned to do that? And the department's consistent position over a long period has been that it's better for the responsible body to hold that. And we do have quite extensive guidance for responsible bodies on how to exercise those functions. We have various forms of support for them across different parts of the building, but fundamentally the duty sits with them.
I'm going to move on to a subject which has been raised by long COVID kids, and it's this. You attended the Permanent Secretary Stakeholder Group meeting on education on long COVID in children and young people. Long COVID in children and young people was discussed 3 times at that group, so in June, August and September 2021, and representatives from the local government association, teachers' unions and representatives from school and educational institutions were in attendance. Do you agree that the stakeholder group should have included input from patient advocacy groups like long COVID kids who were instrumental in the recognition of this new paediatric disease?
So I might just, in giving the answer to that question, I might just explain what the Permanent Secretary's Stakeholder Group was and how it worked, because I think it'll help. The answer is no, but I really want to explain why the answer is no, because it's not because we don't take really seriously the advocacy and work of such groups and the risk to children. So the Permanent Secretary Stakeholder Group was set up in January 2021, in the aftermath of the period we discussed around particularly the very difficult issues around the 4th of January. And we'd had a lot of feedback, including through that difficult period on testing, about how we were engaging and communicating with some of our really core stakeholders who held responsibility for action across the system. And in some cases, we hadn't done enough. In other cases, actually, we had done a lot of communication, but for various reasons, it wasn't always being represented. And there was something about, particularly, we knew that the reopening of schools in March would be very difficult, and it would require us all to work really closely together in partnership. And so the Permanent Secretary Stakeholder Group was set up as a weekly meeting of those who had the responsibility to take the action across the system to make things happen together. And that was the kind of core framing. And it had a stable membership. We always had the same people at the meetings. And we shared the scientific advice. We invited people from PHE regularly to talk about different health aspects in order to create a group who could collectively work in partnership on that reopening. And then it was felt to be a very valuable group, and it persisted beyond the 8th of March. It continued to meet weekly, then subsequently moved to fortnightly. It still exists and meets monthly. Actually, I think we just moved to once every half term because in a slightly different time with a slightly different set of drivers. And the agenda was often driven by the membership. So members of the group would say, we would really like to hear from an expert from PHE or UKHSA about this particular issue. And that was a pattern we'd established, particularly in looking at some of the kind of risks as we moved towards March reopening, but then continued through the series. We started every single meeting with what was called the voice of the child and young person. So a member of the group would bring, in some cases we had children attending, in other cases people would bring direct voice of children into the meeting, so that informed everything that we did. But we didn't, I think it's true to say, ever invite people who are not part of that core delivery group or experts from across government who could be held within that circle. And that was partly because we shared things with that group confidentially and carefully in order to make sure we were building that partnership for reopening. So I think there is a different question, which is, could we or should we as a department have had more contact with long COVID kids? But I don't think for this particular meeting, set up in the way it was to do the thing it was set up to do, that we'd have been doing something very different from what we did in general in those meetings if we'd done that, and it wasn't a thing we'd done on other topics.
And the evidence from some of the experts in the inquiry, and indeed some of the witnesses, have reflected research that, unsurprisingly, children with long COVID would like to be able to attend school, but also are at risk of suffering disproportionate outcomes because of the nature of their illness. And I think in your report you've set out about young people with long COVID being most likely to report changing their career plans due to the pandemic. How did the department at the time deal with the specific issues and challenges faced by pupils with long COVID? And there's a second part to the question in terms of what it's doing now as well, in terms of the ongoing challenges. Yeah.
So I think the first thing I want to say is how sorry I am for any child who's suffering from long COVID, and particularly for children like those whose voice we heard through the evidence, including the video that was shown at the beginning of this module, for the parents of children who've been affected. And I know that for many there have been compounding challenges beyond those presented by illness because of the very wide range of symptoms and experiences, the difficulties in diagnosis, particularly in the early stages, which meant that some sufferers have not always felt or been taken seriously. And I say everything I say in that context. And as a department, we sought always to follow the scientific and public health advice and to reflect it in our guidance, and we sought to do that in relation to long COVID, and we continue to do so. So that's the sort of core of our approach. We were helped by the appointment of Dougal Hargreaves as Deputy Chief Scientific Advisor in August 2020 because he was involved in the children and young people with long COVID study, the study known as CLOCK. And again, I think you can see in the documents, we were hearing from that and other studies and looking at that as we went through. We wouldn't generally, as a department, as it were, have our own view on a medical or health issue. We would usually take that from Department for Health, PHE, and then reflect it. And it's quite unusual for us to do guidance to schools on a condition by condition, rather than thinking about how it might affect people. So again, there was a period where we were trying to work out whether we should give schools some guidance on it. I think we were quite keen to. We were trying to work that out with the Department for Health and PHE. In the end, we didn't issue any specific guidance to schools, and that was partly because I think it was difficult in that engagement with DHSC and PHE to work out exactly what you would say that was specific to this, rather than reflecting wider advice about how you manage children with other types of long-term or chronic conditions. And we sort of particularly didn't want to put ourselves in a place where we were encouraging teachers to do diagnosis.
Great. The second issue arises in relation to clinically vulnerable children and the evidence that the inquiry has heard, which is very specific to the pandemic period and to the return to children, the return of children to school in September 2020, and what the expert to the inquiry has characterised as a more punitive approach taken to attendance in that period in England as compared to other jurisdictions. Does the Department for Education have reflections on that period and whether the right approach was taken to attendance and specifically to the position of those children who were clinically vulnerable themselves or who had a family member?
Yes. So I think we saw the overall government advice on clinical vulnerability and clinical extreme vulnerability for children change a lot between the very initial stages of the pandemic, where I think it's in evidence from some people who are significantly more medically qualified than I am, but the children were identified on a somewhat precautionary basis early on during that period of uncertainty. And over the summer, both the requirement for clinically extremely vulnerable overall to shield was lifted in August, and the vast majority of children who'd been previously identified as clinically vulnerable or clinically extremely vulnerable were effectively removed from that designation and told, yes, I think it is now safe for you to attend school. There was a small number of remaining children under the care of a health professional who were told that they should have that health professional advice. And what we did was we reflected that position in our guidance, and we sought to strongly encourage attendance for those for whom it was safe to attend. We did reflect in the guidance that position for children who were still under the care of a health professional, and we also reflected that there might be a period of adjustment for children. So that there is advice in our guidance about managing that, about encouraging head teachers and teachers to talk to families who might be anxious about it.
I think the issue's been raised that for children who had a clinically vulnerable parent, they weren't dealt with in the guidance. And again, just looking at it from the perspective of a child and a family who might be very worried about a child going back to school and the risk that might present to the rest of the family, was that an area in which there could have been more guidance or more nuance?
Yes, and again, I think there was in the central changes, there was advice that said families of those who are clinically vulnerable could go to work or to school. So again, there was a position set out. I completely appreciate that felt very difficult to people. But again, I don't think it was for us in the department to create a different set of rules than those that were being set out by health colleagues.
I'm grateful. Melody, I think those are my questions. I'll just check. Yes. I'm grateful, Melody.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. Ms. Howard was just there.
Ms. Aglin Hood, I appear on behalf of Long COVID Kids and Long COVID Kids Scotland. You attended a stakeholder meeting on the 9th of June 2021 at which Dr Shamez Ladani of Public Health England stated that children should not be labelled with long COVID, i.e. a medical condition, as this has potential to cause longer-term psychological harm. My client's experience was that the existence of long COVID was minimised and disbelieved, including by their children's schools, not overdiagnosed. DfE hasn't produced guidance to advise schools on long COVID then or since. Did Dr. Ladani's advice minimising paediatric long COVID affect the approach taken by Department for Education?
So, as I've explained, we invited Dr. Ladani, who was the sort of person PHE recommended that we have to the meeting in response to members of the meeting suggesting that it would be a good topic to discuss. My recollection is that everybody listened to her attentively. I think that I think that it's true that the minutes slightly kind of gloss what she said. So I think she was talking a bit about the extent to which there's the heterogeneity of symptoms and the fact that there are a lot of overlapping symptoms with other conditions. But we wouldn't, as a department, have taken an independent view on a health condition. We would have taken, and we wouldn't just have taken our advice from one expert appearing as a stakeholder group. We would have taken our advice from DHSC and PHE as a whole on a medical condition. So no, I don't think what she said at that stakeholder group affected the way we behaved, and the lack of provision of guidance was about taking care not to step into that health space when we weren't the best authority on that.
Just picking up the evidence you gave on guidance just now to Ms Dobbin. In terms of long COVID in September 2021, you gave evidence that you wouldn't ordinarily give guidance on a freestanding health condition. Do you accept that there was something different about long COVID in the sense that it was a novel paediatric disease which significantly affected thousands of children quite quickly? And in those circumstances, DfE had a role both to alert schools and teachers about its existence, but also to give guidance on what the schools could do in terms of its effect on attainment and attendance.
So again, it's true that I would say it would be very rare for us to give condition-specific guidance. It's also true that there are some circumstances in which we might, for example, in relation to an outbreak of a particular disease, but we would never, ever do that without DHSC, PHE backing advice. And I mean, it would be completely irresponsible for us, I think, to do that unilaterally.
Thank you, Ms Ackland-Hood. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Ms Hennett. Mr White, hey, she's over there.
Ms Ackland-Hood, I have a question on behalf of the children's rights organisations about the remit of the Department of Education during the pandemic. And what we'd like to understand is the ability of the department to influence decision-making in some broader issues outside of schools or social care, but which still hugely impacted children. And the sort of decisions that I'm talking about are how health protection regulations that limited inter-household mixing were framed and whether children should have been treated differently. For example, under-5s were exempted from them in January 2021, whether playgrounds should have closed, whether the guidance should have clarified that play was exercised. Those are just some examples. And quite apart from the rights or wrongs of those decisions, were these decisions the sort of decisions that the Department for Education would have been at all involved in or had any ability to influence? So
the Secretary of State for Education does also have a named role as the government's lead minister for children. It's one of those interesting, there's lots of people call for there to be a minister for children. Actually, technically, there is one, and it is the Secretary of State for Education. I think what I would say is the extent to which Secretaries of State choose to step into and exercise that wider responsibility and the issues on which they exercise it tend to be a bit of a matter for them. So any time you have a cross-cutting ministerial role of that kind, and this goes for roles like, it's quite common for a minister, for example, to have a role on a cross-cutting equalities matter as well as their core role. Whereas in relation to your core role, you typically have standing teams, existing guidance, sets of levers, pieces of responsibility. When you exercise your cross-cutting role, some of those levers, teams and responsibilities sit in other people's departments. And if you want to, you can call on your cross-cutting role to have influence, but you're not, as it were, obligated to, and the system doesn't necessarily push you to in the same way. So again, sorry, this might sound a bit technocratic, but the civil servants in your own department will kind of feed you stuff to do all the time. Civil servants in other departments over whom you might have an interest in a piece of their policy probably won't. And so you have to decide to go and get involved in that. Now, I think on the issues you describe, it would have been open to the Secretary of State for Education to get engaged to assert their role as cross-government Minister for Children. And there are some examples of that. So the example that I would give is the work on health visitors and the under ones. Not part of the department's policy, enormously part of the department's interest in looking after the most vulnerable children. And there was, again, you can see in the papers, a lot of activity to try and exercise our cross-cutting responsibility on that. I have personally reflected quite a lot on those issues around family mixing and actually particularly play, and where sort of the technical responsibility for play spaces was with MHCLG because of their responsibility for local government. But I think I should have given or caused to be given to the Secretary of State more advice about intervening on those issues, and I take that responsibility.
So do you think there's anything structurally that could be done to make it easier then in the future pandemic for those? I reflect on your question, on your answer earlier to a different question, that people at the centre often think they know more about children's rights than perhaps they do, and whether or not that can be solved more by the Department of Education?
So I think there probably are some structural things that you could do, and indeed some of the structures that we've put in place as we've thought about mission-based government for this government have created an architecture that give us more reach and more connectivity. And again, sorry, I framed it as a bit as the Secretary of State going and prodding other people, but actually some of it is about creating common cause and common interest as well. And I do think those structures could have helped. They're particular to a sort of way of working this government has asked us to operate in. But A, we could unilaterally choose to sustain some of those ways of working, and B, we could be required to work more in that way across some of these areas of cross-cutting responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Jacobs, who's over there, right down the end.
Good afternoon. Ms Ackland, a question, if I may, on the role of public health and health services in supporting schools during a pandemic. In December 2020, the National Association of Head Teachers said in a press release, what we have is the education system supporting the public health response to COVID, when what we need is support from the health system to preserve the quality of education for young people. Teaching is the only profession that is being asked to do two things: preserve education for children and play a part in the mass testing programme. Can I just ask for your reflections on that, and whether you do think there needs to be more of an emphasis on public health and health services supporting schools on the sort of public health element of the response?
So I've talked quite a lot about that specific testing period. And again, I think my sort of hierarchy of desirability would have been more people we could have wrapped around schools to help them do it at the top, but not doing it at all at the bottom. And I do think there are other examples of many professionals during the COVID period who went above and beyond what would normally have been expected. And it's hard to say that that's right or wrong. I think some of it represented a really deep human urge that a lot of us felt to do everything that we could do. And again, I will just say, I think teachers and head teachers, teaching assistants, and actually children themselves did the most extraordinary things during the pandemic. I think if you're asking a broader question, I think that partnership between public health and schools is incredibly important, and it works in both directions. I think there are a huge number of things that schools do as part of their daily business that are critically important to public health, to developing really good understanding of positive health behaviours, PE in school sport, school food plays an enormous role, but I also think public health has a role in supporting the education of children. And I think where we see diminution or fraying of those relationships, we have a less good offer both for children in schools and for people in communities. And again, I'd say some of the work we're thinking about as part of missions is about trying to think what's the overarching aim here and how do we wrap ourselves around that together.
My lady, one follow-up question, if I may. Given the inevitable pressures on an array of services and the difficulties that you've described of trying to pull in support from Test and Trace or the Army, whoever it may be, is it quite important, do you think, in pandemic planning to try and think through and have some sort of designated responsibilities for who is going to support schools in some of these, the public health elements of response, if I can call it that, rather than the Department for Education trying to create a very difficult solution in the moment, as it were?
Yes, I mean, I hope it's been clear throughout that I'm in favour of more planning on nearly everything. I think it can be very difficult to make a detailed plan that is going to respond to every possible version of an emergency that you might face, but I think you can create building blocks that are likely to be widely deployable. And I also think we've got to be realistic about the extent to which, in a health-driven emergency, the people who do health might be quite busy. And so I think there might be something about having a standing expectation and a set of variations to that tell you what to do if your plan A isn't available.
Thank you. My lady, my question on ventilation has, I think, been covered already, so I won't
Thank you
cover the
very
same
much,
ground.
Mr Jacobs. And Ms Douglas, who's there, I think. Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms Ackland-Hood. I appear on behalf of CVF. CVF represents both clinically vulnerable children and children living in households with a clinically vulnerable family member. And you were asked this morning about absenteeism, and you touched on the work that's being done to turn the corner on rates of persistent and severe absence, which rose during the pandemic. You've explained in a little more detail in your witness statement about how the Department for Education monitors data on differences in attendance across pupil subgroups or with different characteristics. In CVF's experience, persistent and severe absence from school has been significantly higher among children in clinically vulnerable families than the national average, or indeed other vulnerable groups, including children eligible for free school meals or with education, health and care plans. I note that there is precedent for new data collection in this context, and I think we've seen that in relation to absence rates among young carers. Would it be helpful to collect and monitor data on the levels of attendance and reasons for absence among clinically vulnerable children and children in clinically vulnerable families?
I think that's a good question, and it's definitely something we could take away and think about. I think the challenge would be that so at various points during the pandemic, we saw the definition of who was considered to be clinically vulnerable, clinically extremely vulnerable change over time. And I think sometimes people continue to feel vulnerable, including clinically vulnerable, when they didn't quite meet that designation as was being set out by the health authorities. And so I think there'd be something about I am not sure how far there is a stable health definition that you could use, particularly in the context where it depends what you're vulnerable to.
I appreciate that there are a challenge perhaps in comparison to data on a child that's eligible for free school meals, for example, but I think that just by way of contrast with young carers, that data relies on sort of self-reporting and declarations by parents or guardians, so perhaps there's a bit of a precedent there for collecting that kind of data.
Yeah, it's certainly something we could look at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Douglas. Secretary, that completes the questions we have for you. It's been extremely helpful, and you've obviously put in not just a great deal of thought, but a great deal of work in preparing for today. And I'm really grateful to you and to all your colleagues who obviously helped, including the poor soul that put in all those tabs in your file.
It's a team effort, the tabs. Thank
But
you.
no, I am genuinely grateful to you all for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Traynor.
My lady, the final witness today is Derek Baker.
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give,
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
I hope you haven't been waiting for too long.
No, thank you.
Mr. Baker, good afternoon. Thank you for your attendance today and for the provision of your witness statement dated the 28th of August 2025, which is at INQ 000 588 169. I think you should have that in front of you.
I do. I
And can
don't
you
have it on
confirm-
the screen.
Pardon?
I don't have it on the screen, but I do
Oh,
have
yes, you have a
copy.
hard copy.
Yes,
Great. And can you confirm that the contents of that statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, you were the Permanent Secretary to the Department of Education in Northern Ireland from February 2017 until your retirement on the 27th of November 2020, correct?
Correct.
And throughout your time, the Minister of Education was Lord Weir, who had been appointed in January 2020 when power sharing was restored. Is that right?
Correct.
And my lady, you will recall having heard evidence from Lord Weir in the course of Module 2C. But Mr. Baker, Lord Weir was later succeeded by Ms McElveen, then in June 2021. Is that
Correct.
right? And in terms of your successors as Permanent Secretary, I understand that Leanne Patterson partially covered the role between November 2020 and February 2021. Mark Brown was then in post from March 2021 until December 2024, and Ronnie Armour has been acting Permanent Secretary since December 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in light of that, Mr. Baker, at the outset, I'd like to just take a moment to set out the sequence of events which has preceded your attendance to give evidence today. Initially, the Department of Education had provided a witness statement signed by the current Acting Permanent Secretary, Mr. Armour, and he was invited to give evidence. The Department then wrote to the inquiry advising that during the specified period, Mr. Armour was the Director General of the Northern Ireland Prison Service and that you and Mr. Brown would be better placed to give evidence. And following careful consideration and mindful that you had retired from the civil service, the inquiry then invited Mr. Brown to attend and give evidence. But the Department then wrote to the inquiry again, advising that Mr. Brown was unable to attend. And having made further inquiries and following careful consideration, the inquiry then invited you to give evidence. So, Mr. Baker, that sets out the basis upon which you're being put forward as a witness by the Department. Is that correct?
I wasn't privy to all of that correspondence, but I understand it to be the case.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Baker, at the outset, I'd like to ask you a bit about the role of the Department of Education in Northern Ireland in relation to children and young people, because I think there are some important differences as compared with England, Scotland and Wales. So the Department of Education is one of 9 Northern Ireland executive departments, and we understand from your statement that responsibilities in relation to children and young people sit across virtually all of those departments. Is that right?
Some aspects of responsibility for children, legislation and policy in respect of children, straddle the interests of quite a few departments. That's correct, yes.
What particular responsibilities does the Department of Education hold in relation to children and young people?
The Department of Education has policy and legislative responsibility for three broad areas. One is children's education in primary and post-primary, but no responsibility for further and higher education. It has responsibility for youth services, and it has responsibility for childcare. And all of those matters are devolved to the Northern Ireland administration. So whilst we would have regard to what is happening in other jurisdictions, we have full responsibility for all of those issues.
And I think it's right that the Department of Education would have overall responsibility and accountability for the quality of education in schools.
It does.
Right? And just so that it is clear, in contrast to the position in England, the Department of Education in Northern Ireland does not have any responsibility for children's social care. In Northern Ireland, that sits with the Department of Health, isn't that right?
Correct.
And again, in Northern Ireland, unlike in England, Scotland and Wales, local authorities have no role in the provision of education.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Baker, I'd like to begin by looking at the department's pre-pandemic planning with you. In your statement, and this is at paragraph 569 for your reference, you acknowledge that the department failed to identify as a risk the possibility of schools suddenly having to close. And you explain that that was because, and I quote, officials considered that such a prospect seemed too apocalyptic to be realistically included in a risk register. And you say that as a consequence, officials had to react urgently to an entirely unforeseen and extreme set of circumstances. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Baker, I think you accept in your statement that the department had done very limited planning for an emergency of this scale prior to 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, I would fully accept that the department was neither psychologically nor practically prepared for huge swathes of the education system closing down in March 2020.
And you make the point in your statement that the only prior planning and testing was in respect of bird flu or human influenza planning, which was pre-January 2020. Is that right?
It was a long time before that, actually. I think the guidance was issued in 2009, 2010. But I would not wish to place any particular store by that guidance in respect of the COVID crisis which befell us in 2020.
May I ask why, Mr. Baker?
Because I think the previous flu guidance that was issued in 2009, 2010 anticipated at worst perhaps individual schools having to close periodically for a short period, but it did not foresee in any respect the circumstances which we faced in March 2020 with whole swathes of the education system closing down. So I think in many respects, that bird flu guidance was irrelevant to the COVID-19 crisis.
Okay, well, perhaps we can take a look at the pandemic flu plans that the department held prior to 2020. If we could have on screen, please, INQ 000 617 116. I'm just pausing at the cover page. Mr. Baker, this is a Department of Education document, correct?
Yes.
And we can see that it's a contingency plan for both the department itself and for the wider education sector, so for schools and education settings.
Yes.
Is that right? And in your statement, you explain, and this is at paragraph 80, that schools and arm's length bodies are responsible for contingency planning in their respective roles. But I think it's right that ultimately the department has oversight of that contingency planning. Is that correct?
I think for any contingency planning that relates to system-wide emergencies, you're absolutely right. The department should be taking the lead in such emergency planning. Individual schools would have responsibility for issues which would affect them on an individual basis, such as an exceptional closure, issues maybe such as a burst pipe, such as snow, such as bad weather, or an outbreak of some particular disease. But at a system-wide level, it would be for the Department of Education and the Education Authority.
That's helpful, thank you. Now, Mr. Baker, the department has provided this plan to the inquiry in draft form, and in your statement you explain that this is the version that was held within the department at the time prior to January 2020. But I don't think that we need to be too concerned about this plan being a draft. If we could look at the box in the bottom, thank you, in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, we can see that this is version 6 and that it had been issued in December 2017. Is that right?
I would question that, and I do apologise to the inquiry for that, because I made some inquiries myself, having read the department's corporate witness statement again, whilst a final version was produced in 2009, 2010. Subsequent to that, my understanding is that it was being revised in the department, and there was a revision underway in 2017, as shown on the screen, but that never was completed, to the best of my knowledge.
I see. But this is guidance, and we will see some track changes throughout where perhaps revisions were intended, but this is guidance that nevertheless had been issued at
in
some point.
2009-10, yes, correct.
Okay, and perhaps if we could look at page 20 of this, please. So this is a section entitled Possible or Probable Closure of Schools. And if we look at paragraph 20.1, it suggests that schools may be an exception to the general business as usual message that underpins government guidance to other sectors in relation to a pandemic, because there are specific issues to consider concerning children, yes?
Yeah.
And if we could look at paragraph 20.4, please. This paragraph says that schools have been advised to plan both for staying open during a pandemic and for the possible closure to children of schools if the government proposes such closure at a national level. It suggests the closure could either be very localised and brief or more widespread and for a longer period, depending on national public health advice.
Yeah.
So we see here, Mr. Baker, schools being advised to plan both for staying open and for possible closures. Was the department's own internal planning also predicated on the basis that you may need to plan for both eventualities?
It's difficult to answer that question because I'm not sure the department had any internal planning for any of these eventualities. I think the key point in that advice is that it's contingent on public health advice coming to the education sector. And I have to say, at that time, in February, early March 2020, there was no public health advice that the department was aware of that indicated that we should prepare for the whole-scale closure of the education system.
May I just ask you about that, Mr. Baker, before we continue to look at this document? What scientific advice or briefings was the Department of Education receiving from the Department of Health in that initial period?
Through the month of February, when COVID started to become an issue, there was considerable engagement between the Department of Health and the Public Health Agency on one hand and the Department of Education on the other. And I think the inquiry has at its disposal a kind of chronology of events affecting education during that period. And you will note that during the month of February, a number of pieces of guidance were issued to the education sector, but mainly about public health issues, about social distancing, about keeping safe, about isolation. The contacts with the Department of Health were really about staying safe in the context of a pandemic. But there was no engagement with the Department of Health or with the Chief Medical Officer, either directly or through the medium of the Executive Committee, that's the equivalent of the Cabinet of Ministers, which suggested that we needed to prepare for the eventuality of closing the education system.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Before we leave this document, there are a few more paragraphs that I would like to take you to. If we could look at paragraph 20.5, please. So this paragraph appears to expressly recognise the impact of school closures for those we would come to know as key workers. Yes?
Yes.
And if we look at paragraph 22.2, we see here express acknowledgement that if schools in the Republic of Ireland were to close because the pandemic had arrived, schools in Northern Ireland may need to close even if there were no cases at that stage. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And if we could look at paragraph 26.1, please. The first sentence of this paragraph acknowledges the possibility of multiple waves in a pandemic, possibly weeks or months apart, yes?
Yes.
I'm almost there. If we could look at paragraph 28.1, please. This paragraph relates to remote learning. And it says that this is an area that needs further work because during a pandemic, it might not be possible to provide the usual full education service for children if children were unable to attend school. And it says at the last sentence that plans to provide remote learning could include the possible use of online material where pupils have internet access. So whilst not setting out any detailed plan, recognising here the possibility of a need to educate children in their homes in the event of a pandemic. Yes?
Yes.
And then finally, at paragraph 28.3, this paragraph says that the department will need to consider what scope there is to provide curricular support at a national level in the event of school closures. This issue had been mentioned in the school's guidance with an indication that further advice will issue in due course. Mr. Baker, to your recollection, did the department ever issue any further advice on remote education to schools prior to March 2020?
To the best of my recollection, it didn't. And I would have to concede to the inquiry that when COVID struck in March 2020, I wasn't even aware of the existence of this guidance.
How can that be, Mr. Baker, when this was Department of Education guidance that had been produced by departmental officials?
I think that would be explained simply by loss of corporate memory. I think everybody who might have been in a position of authority when the guidance was originally produced in 2009-10 and issued had probably moved on, and that those who had been working on redrafting it had moved on. But it certainly wasn't drawn to my attention that it existed when I took up post in 2017 and through the COVID period.
And Mr. Baker, I think in an earlier answer you had suggested that the guidance was being revised in 2017.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, that wasn't something you were aware of at the time.
I wasn't aware of it, and I don't think that process was concluded.
Okay. Now, Mr. Baker, earlier I referred you to the suggestion in your statement that officials had to react to an entirely unforeseen set of circumstances. It might be suggested that this plan had rather accurately forecast the circumstances that the department would face in March 2020 in the course of COVID-19. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't entirely agree with it. I think the set of circumstances which we faced in 2020, in which, and I'll use the shorthand phrase, school closures, couldn't really have been anticipated. I think the flu guidance to which you're referring was more likely to be focusing on individual schools having to close, but the whole-scale closure of the education system was, in my view, wholly unprecedented and wholly unforeseen and unpredicted by anybody. And, I say that, and forgive me, I didn't mean to cut across you there, but I did reflect on this point at the time, but more recently when I knew that I was going to be invited to give evidence. And I looked back over the minutes of various fora which existed at that time and where one might have expected such circumstances to be predicted, like departmental board minutes, the minutes of our weekly meetings with the Minister, and probably most importantly, the minutes of the weekly meetings that all permanent secretaries had, where we ranged over and discussed issues of common interest. And right through the period January, February and into early March 2020, there was no hint or suggestion that we were facing into the whole-scale closure of large elements of society. COVID was certainly on the agenda, but it was very much in the context of its being a health-related issue, which was going to place huge pressures on the health service, but nobody was gearing up for closure of other sectors of society, be that hospitality, tourism, business, public transport and education.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. And for completeness, if we could perhaps just quickly scroll through to the end of this section at page 27, we can see that there is some brief mention of headline issues. So boarding schools, special schools, exams, recovery arrangements.
Yeah.
What we don't see in this document, Mr. Baker, is any consideration of the potential impact of school closures on children themselves. Is that right?
Sorry, I haven't got the particular paragraph in front of me. Which paragraph are you referring to, please?
I'm referring to the document generally,
the document
Mr. Baker.
as a whole? Sorry.
We can check it afterwards.
Yeah.
But I think you can take it from me that there is no...
That's okay. That's okay. I won't argue with you.
I'm grateful. That can come down, thank you. Now, Mr. Baker, I think you suggest in your statement that it was the department's expectation that schools would have had plans for possible closure based on this plan that we've just looked at, and this is paragraph 115. Beyond the guidance that we've just looked at, did the department have more detailed plans that schools could take and implement, or was it rather a case that the individual schools would have to come up with those plans themselves?
I think the expectation would have been that individual schools should have their own business continuity plans to deal with things like exceptional closures, but that would have been the height of it. Certainly, I would not have expected schools to have plans in place for the long-term closure of the education system.
So those plans would have been for things like inclement weather?
Yes, yes, I agree.
And Mr. Baker, I think it's right that on the 9th of March 2020, the Minister asked officials to seek assurance from the department's arm's length bodies that they had appropriate contingency plans in place. Firstly, can you help us with that? Contingency plans for what?
Now, could you please help me? Did he say contingency plans or did he say business continuity plans?
Contingency plans.
Did he? I think what he was referring to were the business continuity plans, which every body corporate has to have in place, and they were largely internal documents for the department and its arm's length bodies. If, for example, we had staff going off on sickness absence, or for some reason we could not use our own premises. But I don't think it related to the wider education system closing down. And we did actually ask our arm's length bodies if they were gearing up for the possibility of losing staff through sickness to COVID. And we also dusted down our own major emergency response plan and business continuity plan, which we eventually had to activate on, I think, the 19th of March.
Yes. And you mentioned there that you did speak to the arm's length bodies. To what extent was the department assured through that process that children and young people would have continued access to education throughout the pandemic?
No, I would not want to suggest for one moment that we had assurance that children and young people would continue to have access during the COVID period. And I think we always made it clear, and I would refer to our opening statement, which Council submitted to the inquiry when he quoted, I think, what we said to the Education Committee of the Assembly on the 18th of March, the day the announcement was made, that the closure of schools was simply a bad thing. There was nothing positive about it. And the best that we were in was mitigation of these very negative circumstances. Remote teaching and learning and the closure of schools was no substitute in any way for classroom-based learning. It was always going to be a very, very second best, and we acknowledge that in our guidance to schools. It could never be a substitute for classroom-based learning.
Mr. Baker, I will come on to look at those mitigations with you, but before we do, I'd like to ask you a bit about the department's role in the closure of schools and that decision.
Yeah.
If we could have on screen, please, INQ 000 289 859. Mr. Baker, on the 12th of March, you attended an all ministers and all permanent secretaries meeting, which had been called in response to the Taoiseach's announcement that schools in the Republic of Ireland were closing. And if we could zoom in on the box at the bottom, we can see that at that time the Health Minister wasn't recommending the closure of schools, but that the sage advice that when school closures are considered appropriate, it should be for 15 weeks was being conveyed. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And if we could look over the page, please. And if we could look at the last paragraph, we see a contribution from you, Mr. Baker. You say 300,000 plus children in schools. Any decision would need to include primary and post-primary. Childcare implications huge for local economy. Power to close schools in place and can be used at any stage. biggest issue, impact on exams and consideration of those eligible for free school meals. So this is a discussion, it seems, Mr Baker, about the impact of a potential decision to close schools in Northern Ireland, is that right?
Not entirely. I recall the meeting. I don't actually remember contributing to the meeting, but it was over 5.5 years ago. I can't remember exactly what I said, but there was a very robust discussion amongst ministers about the fact that schools had closed in the Republic of Ireland and whether or not that had any implications for Northern Ireland, and that's correct. But there was no clear agreement amongst ministers as to whether that should influence the decision in Northern Ireland whether or not to close. And I do recall from that discussion that the First Minister, the Health Minister, the Education Minister and the Chief Medical Officer were adamant that schools should not close.
Yes, Mr Baker, I don't mean to suggest that any decision was made at this meeting, but when we see a reference to any decision needing to include primary and post-primary, that is a decision about a potential closure of schools. Is that correct?
It was a discussion about a potential decision, but I can confirm that the notion that schools might be closed was dismissed by the various individuals whom I've just listed.
Yes.
And the policy to the department was very clear: schools stay open.
Perhaps we'll come back to that policy, but I think it's right that your key concerns, certainly at this point, were the impact of any potential decision on exams and on free school meals. Is that right?
I honestly can't confirm that because I don't remember what I said. I mean, I would say that the note of that meeting, I think, is a very shorthand note of what was a very long and robust discussion. So I'm not going to demur from what is recorded there. If I said that, I said that. I may have said more than that. I can't really confirm otherwise. It is too long ago for me to remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. And jumping slightly forward then, that document can come down, thank you, to the decision to close schools. In your statement, you have said that until the First and Deputy First Minister's announcement of school closures on the 18th of March, it was the Department of Education's understanding that schools would remain open. Are we to understand from that, Mr Baker, that the Department of Education was taken off guard by the decision to close schools in Northern Ireland?
Yes. And I was taken off guard.
Okay, and the inquiry is aware from Module 2C that on the 16th of March, so 2 days before that announcement, the Executive Committee had voted in favour of closing schools, essentially when the Chief Medical Officer advised that it was appropriate. Were officials in the department aware of that decision at the time?
Not on the 16th of March, no.
So is it your evidence, Mr Baker, that the first that the department learned of this decision was through the media, essentially, at the same time?
No, I was probably informed of it towards the late afternoon or evening of the 17th of March, which was a public holiday with us, St Patrick's Day, as you know.
And Mr Baker, the Minister of Education was at that meeting and had participated in that vote. Why would officials in the department not have been aware?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, perhaps we can look at what you've said about the department's position at that time. If we could have on screen, please, paragraph 108 of Mr Baker's statement, page 29. So, Mr Baker, you've said here that the department hadn't been informed that schools would be closing prior to the announcement we've discussed, whilst an indication had been given that schools may have to close in the future. Pausing there, when was it first indicated to the Department of Education that there may be a need to close schools in Northern Ireland?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, there was this discussion amongst ministers on the 12th of March. I think that was a Thursday. And it came as a bit of a shock to everybody, I think, when the Republic of Ireland announced that they were closing schools. So I think that was the first time it ever entered our consciousness that something like this could conceivably be possible. But the clear direction following that meeting was that schools should stay open. And that was still the position when we got to Monday the 16th. And it was only during the course of the 17th that suddenly it became apparent that there could be an announcement that schools would close.
Okay. And you continue here that the public announcement of closures came within days of schools being made aware of the potential. Is that a reference of the Minister's letter to schools of the 16th of March?
It is.
Okay. And you say then, whilst the department and schools were starting to build resilience into plans, the sudden announcement by the executive did not allow sufficient time for this work to be fully completed. Can you help us with what that means, Mr. Baker? What does it mean to build resilience into plans?
I had mentioned, well, you quoted the notes of the meeting that had taken place earlier with ministers and the comments that I made about free school meals, for example, and examinations. At that time, and it was only days before the announcement was made, I know that some of my colleagues in the department were starting to think, what will we do about public examinations, the summer 2020 exam series, for example, if schools close or if we are not able to hold examinations the way we normally do? We were also thinking about how best could we deliver free school meals. But I would have to confirm that we were in no more than the foothills of considering those issues when the announcement was made on the 18th of March.
And just moving slightly further down the paragraph, you say that department officials did not give specific advice on whether schools should be closed, nor were plans drawn up in the eventuality that all schools would close. Department officials were not involved in the decision to close schools or the timing of the announcement, as you've said. Mr. Baker, stepping back, we have the 2017 plan, which had conceived of a potential need to close schools, possibly at national level, possibly on more than one occasion, possibly for a long time. On the 11th of March, the World Health Organization had declared COVID-19 a pandemic. On the 12th of March, the Republic of Ireland had closed its schools, and you were in that meeting at which the SAGE advice was conveyed. The Minister had written to schools to advise them that there was a possibility that schools in Northern Ireland may need to close. Why would the Department of Education not have drawn up plans in the eventuality that schools would need to close by that point?
Schools would only have closed for one reason and one reason only, and that is if the Department of Education and the Minister of Education had received clear and unequivocal public health advice that schools should close effectively to save lives. No such advice was received in that period. You mentioned the meeting that took place on the 16th. Schools closed 4 working days after that. I really don't think there was time to make proper preparations for the closure of schools in that period. It would never have been enough.
And Mr. Baker, throughout the course of your evidence, you have said that the department was operating on the basis that schools would remain open and that had been the department's position until the 18th of March when this announcement was made. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So where do we see the department's plans for schools remaining open that had been made in that period between January and March the 18th?
I don't quite understand. A plan to remain open, that was the status quo, supplemented by the public health advice, which had already been issued to schools about staying safe, issues around distancing, issues around cleansing of equipment and so forth, issues around isolation. So the advice to schools was in and around public health advice. But we didn't have a separate plan for schools staying open because that was de facto the status quo.
So in that sense, it was business as usual, was really...
Well, it wasn't business as usual because obviously schools had received a lot of advice and were receiving a lot of advice from the Public Health Agency as to how they could stay safe and above all, how pupils and staff could stay safe.
And given that the Department of Education has a role in overseeing schools' contingency plans, where was the Department of Education at that time in terms of assisting schools with implementing the guidance they were receiving? Did the department have a role prior to the 18th of March?
I don't think the department would have a role in assisting individual schools to implement guidance. I'm not really too sure how we could have done that. There are over
Mr.
one.
Baker, I'm sorry to cut across you. It's not individual schools, it's all schools in Northern Ireland.
Yes, but there are 1,000 schools in Northern Ireland. I don't think the department would ever have been in a position to assist 1,000 schools to implement public health guidance. That was a matter for school leadership teams to do themselves and make sure that they were complying with the guidance issued by the Public Health Agency. The department could really not have gone into schools and marked their homework in that. I don't think so.
Okay. My lady, I know that we are a few moments off the break. This might be a convenient place.
Of course, certainly. I shall return at 3:10.
Thank you.
All rise. Dr. Trina.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Baker, I promised to return to the issue of mitigations with you. So we'll start by looking at the first mitigation that the department introduced, which was the policy of operating school clusters so that vulnerable children could attend. At the point of the decision to close schools, what level of understanding did the Department of Education have about the likely numbers of vulnerable children who might be attending school?
We didn't have any real information about how many children would attend, either vulnerable children or the children of key workers. We just did not know. So, well, I don't want to proceed to answer another question, but the concept of clusters was a contingency in case some schools closed and there would be no school or educational institution in a particular locality to provide a base for the children of key workers or vulnerable children. You'll understand that in Northern Ireland we have some exceptionally small schools with maybe only 2 or 3 teachers. So if those teachers were ill or shielding or vulnerable, those schools could have closed in their entirety. So we needed to put in place some kind of contingency arrangements to make sure that there was a home for those pupils in every locality. Although in the event, clusters did not become an important feature of keeping some schools open for vulnerable children. I think at any given time, according to the daily information that we received from schools, there were never more than about 30 or so clusters in Northern Ireland, and that's set against typically 400 schools being open on any given day.
And Mr. Baker, I'll ask you in a moment about the numbers of children who were attending. But before I do, just on the point of data, you've indicated that really the department, I think you'd said, had no real information about the numbers of vulnerable children. I do see at tab 5, this is, I'll not put it up on the screen, but for the transcript, it's at INQ *0087625, and it's at page 3. The minutes of a contingency planning update meeting on the 19th of March. And in the course of that meeting, it suggested that 156,000 children were expected to be accommodated, with an additional approximate 17,000 statemented children and 6,000 social work related. Can I ask you, what was the basis for those figures? Do you know where they came from?
Well, the latter 2 figures that you mentioned, I think, are self-explanatory. The first figure, I think, would have related to the total number of children in receipt of free school meals, which we were using as an extremely loose proxy for potentially vulnerable children. But at that stage, we had absolutely no idea how many children might attend schools during this period.
And the former Children's Commissioner for Northern Ireland has made the point that during the pandemic there was a considerable lack of disaggregated data available on children by age or other characteristics that made them particularly vulnerable. So, for example, disability or care experience.
Yeah.
Do you recognise those sorts of gaps in Northern Ireland's data collation?
We issued a survey every day to all schools, asking schools which schools are open, how many pupils are attending, how many teaching staff are attending, how many non-teaching staff are attending. And that was broken down by phase: preschool, primary school, post-primary, special school, and so forth. And occasionally we supplemented those daily surveys with information about vulnerable pupils. So we would have up-to-date data for the top management in the department and the Minister about what was happening out there. But I fully accept the comments by the former Children's Commissioner that we didn't go right down into disaggregating the data by all kinds of different vulnerable children. I think from our guidance on vulnerable children, we identified 12 different categories of vulnerable children, and we certainly didn't ask schools to fill in that data on a daily basis. I think in due course, school leaders and school principals found the imposition of a daily survey quite difficult, given all the other things that they were having to cope with. And later in the crisis, we reduced the daily survey maybe to a weekly survey.
And Mr. Baker, I just want to clarify something you said in the course of that answer. I think you said that that survey data was broken down by primary, secondary, special school. But in your statement at paragraph 78, and this is on page 21, just for your reference, you say that the survey of pupil attendance was issued to all educational settings from the 23rd of March 2020 to the 29th of June 2020, but that a breakdown by school setting type was not possible. Can I just clarify whether it was possible to break that down by setting?
I am bemused by that because I have actually seen copies of the reports, and I do apologise if in any way we have misled the inquiry, but the breakdown does show individual phases of schools.
And in your statement, you also point up data quality issues in relation to those survey responses. Is it right that there were issues with the quality of that data in terms of the ability to validate it?
There were, and I did probe that again on rereading the corporate witness statement, and we engaged with our statisticians. We were getting daily returns via the Education Authority from schools, as I've just explained. Our statisticians are quite precious about the quality of data, and they want to make sure that everything is properly validated. And I think there was one field in the data which sometimes wasn't properly completed, and they were concerned about that, and they felt that that could call into question some of the validity of the data, but that was fixed after a week of the daily surveys, I'm given to understand. I don't think it was a major issue, but the daily survey would not have measured up to the kite mark of official national statistics, which, as you know, our statisticians are quite precious about.
Yes, so is it your position then that, notwithstanding any limitations, that data was sufficiently robust to allow the department to rely upon it for planning in this context?
Well, I think it was more for reporting and knowing what was happening out there. And we used that data to feed through to the Central Civil Contingencies Group in the Executive Office, who also wanted to produce daily reports for ministers and for the Executive as to what was happening outside in the world in terms of, you know, business and how many people were moving around and what was happening in schools. So I think for the times that we're in it, that daily survey was sufficient for that purpose.
Okay, and a few minutes ago, Mr. Baker, you mentioned that the numbers of vulnerable children attending school in Northern Ireland were very low. Was that an intended outcome?
No, it wasn't. And the Minister was actually concerned about that, and I think the inquiry has evidence of a letter that the Minister sent to schools to remind them that he was concerned by the low numbers of vulnerable children attending school, and he urged school leaders to get in touch with the parents of vulnerable children to make sure that they were aware that schools were open to provide services for them. I think that probably given the overriding message that was coming from the government at the very the most senior levels, from the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom down, which was stay at home to stay safe, it was very difficult simultaneously to be encouraging the parents of some children to send them to schools. I think everybody followed the predominant message, stay at home, whereas we were trying to encourage some parents to send their children to schools, and that was a difficult tension, there's no question.
Could we have on screen, please, INQ 000 308 437 at page 19, and it's the message from Mr. Baker at the bottom I'd like to look at. Mr. Baker, this is a WhatsApp message from you to the PSS Covid-19 group chat. I think this comprises the attendees of the Permanent Secretary's stocktake meeting, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say here that anecdotally, the key worker arrangements in education settings are operating generally without major incidents. The last resort messaging over the weekend appears to have worked, and numbers in individual settings are low and manageable. For example, a 1,350 pupil school in South Down has 6 pupils and 17 staff attending. Neighbouring 500 pupil school has 0 pupils, and it continues to discuss data collation issues. You've said here, Mr. Baker, that the last resort messaging seems to have worked. Worked in what sense, Mr. Baker, if not to keep the numbers of children attending school low and manageable?
That is exactly what it was intended to do. I think you need to go back to the context at the time. As soon as it was announced that schools were closing, we had pretty intensive discussions with the teaching unions, who obviously were very concerned about safety of pupils and indeed their own members, and pressed us very hard on what we meant by schools remaining open for the children of key workers in particular. There was quite a long list of key professions whose children needed to be accommodated, and I think the teaching professions were concerned that schools would open and very large numbers of pupils would attend, and naturally enough there was a fear factor around that. So it was a relief to us that when schools did open, low numbers of the children of key workers actually did attend, and it didn't impose a burden on the schools themselves or create a major safety risk. So as far as I was concerned, and I think the Minister was concerned, and the teaching unions were concerned, that was a positive outcome. I think the context of this particular comment is about the children of key workers and not vulnerable children.
I see. Thank you. And can I just clarify then, Mr. Baker, had the department set any internal target or maximum number of children who could safely attend school?
No. That was left to individual school leaders because the logistics in every school are different. It depends on the premises, the size of the building and so forth, and who and how many could be safely accommodated. So we weren't going to set a target of 5%, 10%, 50%. I think that would have been wholly inappropriate.
And you made clear in your answer a moment ago that the focus was really on the children of key workers and their attendance at school and keeping that manageable. Is that correct?
That particular comment that you referenced, yes, but it was made clear that schools were to remain open for the children of key workers and for vulnerable children. And the Minister did press that latter point in his letter to all school principals.
Now, Mr. Baker, I won't turn it up. For your reference, it is at tab 10 of your bundle. And for the transcript, it's at INQ 000617935. And this is the Department's 31st of March 2020 guidance on COVID-19 clusters. And in that guidance, it makes it clear that the provision in hubs was for those key workers who had no alternative. Is that an example of the last resort messaging you were referring to just a moment ago in the message that we looked at?
No, I think the reference to clustering is about making sure that there was somewhere for those children to go if all of the other schools in the locality
Sorry,
were
Mr.
closed.
Baker, I perhaps didn't phrase that
apologies.
correctly. My question was rather about whether this was an example of the last resort messaging that you referred to in that exchange.
Could you remind me what the exchange was? I don't have it on the screen in front of me.
Oh, could we
please.
have back on screen, please, INQ 000308437 at page 19. Thank you. So you refer here, Mr. Baker, to the last resort messaging.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you look at tab 10 of your bundle, so the clustering guidance that I referred to, it says this service is only for those key workers who are unable to find a viable alternative option.
That's correct.
So that is a reference
It is.
to that messaging.
It is. Thank you. Yeah.
And just on that guidance, Mr. Baker, while we're here, on its face, it purports to address both the children of key workers and vulnerable children. And I think when you look at it, you look at the substance of the guidance, it really seems to focus on key workers, which I think is aligned with what you've just said. But my question to you is, do you think that there's a risk that that last resort type of messaging may have, even if inadvertently, dissuaded vulnerable families from making use of the provision that was being made for their children?
I don't think so, because the Minister made it absolutely clear to all school principals that he wanted them to consider very carefully the position of vulnerable children, of whom they were aware. And schools would have been aware of vulnerable children. It's what they do. They have a designated teacher to look after the interests of vulnerable children, and he was encouraging school principals to reach out to those families to ensure vulnerable children knew that they could attend schools.
Well, I'll move on then, Mr. Baker, to the second mitigation, which is the provision of remote learning. I think consistent with the evidence that it hadn't planned for closures before schools closed, the Department of Education had not carried out any assessment of how schools could deliver remote learning, is that right?
That's correct.
And prior to March 2020, the department hadn't undertaken work to regulate or develop standards for remote learning, is that right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baker, given that the plan that we looked at, and accepting all of the caveats around the pandemic influenza plan, but given that it had identified school closures as a possibility and pointed to a potential need to deliver online learning to children in the event of mass school closures, why would that sort of assessment or planning for delivery of remote education not have been done?
Notwithstanding the earlier guidance, the simple fact is that remote teaching and learning was simply not part of the education system in Northern Ireland or anywhere else, so far as I knew. It simply wasn't what we did. There was never any requirement for schools to maintain a parallel online or digital learning system. They didn't do it, and we wouldn't have expected schools to do that. I think to have maintained such a system could have been extremely expensive, and it would have required a lot of time and effort, but it simply wasn't part of our system. It's not how teaching and learning was done.
And on the 10th of May, the Education Authority initially estimated the number of devices required across schools in Northern Ireland to be around 11,500. And in your statement, and this is at paragraph 237, you have confirmed that no devices had been allocated to children prior to the 22nd of May 2020. Mr. Baker, schools had closed in March. Why, given the pressing need that had been identified, had no devices been allocated to children before the end of May?
Well, I don't think that's quite right. We're talking about two different things here. Many schools had their own devices which they distributed to their pupils. Many pupils had their own devices at home, which they could use. Schools had one-to-one device schemes, which they were able to use to give to pupils. So I think what you're talking about is the procurement of additional devices, which the department undertook as a project on foot of some work that it did with all schools, to assess what the need was for pupils who couldn't get access to either their own devices at home or devices which were lent by individual schools. So the project to procure devices was based on that submission and got underway at that point. And I think ultimately, by the end of 2021 or midway through 2021, about almost 25,000 devices were procured and distributed at a cost to the department of £5 million. But schools were already lending their own devices. We were a little bit concerned at the start that maybe all schools were not lending all of their devices. They might have been a little bit reluctant to do so for whatever reason, but again, we encouraged them to do so. There needed to be a little bit of work done occasionally before you would distribute devices to pupils to make sure that they were properly configured to make them safe, and that could hold things up from time to time. But I don't think it's right to say that no devices were distributed before May 2020.
Mr. Baker, that is what you have said in your statement at paragraph, at paragraph 237. You said that no devices had been allocated to children prior to the 22nd of May.
I think, well, schools were already distributing their own devices to children. I apologise again if that is misleading. I think what we're talking about there is devices distributed on foot of the project to procure and distribute additional devices over and above those held by schools.
I do appreciate the distinction you're making, Mr. Baker, but is it not the case that the reason there was a need for that procurement exercise was that schools couldn't meet the need themselves through the loan of devices?
Absolutely, and we established that need through the work that was done with every school. During the course, I think it was, of April 2020, the Education Authority engaged with all schools and asked them, right, how many devices do you need and for which pupils? And the culmination of that work was the submission I think you're referring to of May 2020.
Okay, and moving on then, Mr. Baker, you also explained that it was not until July 2020 which is after the school term had finished, that the department launched a scheme to provide free Wi-Fi and mobile connectivity. Does it follow from that, Mr. Baker, that a number of the children who had been allocated devices prior to that point will still nevertheless have been unable to engage in online learning because they didn't have internet access?
Yes, I think that's a fair assumption to make. You will be aware of the remote nature of parts of Northern Ireland where a Wi-Fi connection is difficult, and we realised that in addition to making sure that devices were distributed, we would have to assist some families or some specific pupils to gain access to Wi-Fi. And we worked with companies like British Telecom to try and support that. And I think over the course of the next year, about 10,000 solutions were issued, such as, Wi-Fi vouchers and so forth, to assist connectivity for such pupils.
But was that gap between the provision of devices and the provision of Wi-Fi, was that something that the department had appreciated at the time, that they were making the devices available?
I think the department appreciated that there were definitely going to be connectivity gaps in Northern Ireland, but by the time we had negotiated arrangements with British Telecom and so forth to set up the schemes of assistance, it took some time.
Thank you. Now, it has been suggested, Mr. Baker, that some children in Northern Ireland still did not have access to the equipment they needed during the second set of school closures in 2021. Can you help us to understand why it had not been possible to address the level of need by that stage?
I do know that there had been an order placed for additional devices, which was expected to be delivered in September 2020, but for reasons of supply and demand, and you will appreciate that it seemed at that stage that the whole world was chasing after the same devices. They did not get delivered until early in 2021, and that delayed our ability to distribute some devices. But there was a market supply and demand problem for devices. Even the whole civil service was looking for devices, the public sector and the private sector. So it just wasn't easy to get all of the supply that you wanted immediately when you wanted it. We went through standard public procurement procedures. We might have short-circuited those, but I have to say that my colleagues in the department were protecting me as the accounting officer through the procurement of that. There have been procurement issues around some of the issues during COVID, but we went through sort of Crown Commercial Services framework contract to get these things as fast as we could, and it didn't always happen.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Baker, I understand from your statement also that the department wasn't monitoring the quality or amount of online learning taking place. Is that correct?
Yes and no. And I know that's not the answer you want to hear. We did not. The way that we in the department would monitor and assess the quality of teaching and learning is through school inspection, as you might imagine. And typically what happens is a school inspection team would go into a school, would talk to school leaders, teachers, governors, pupils, and observe the delivery of teaching and learning, and observe the receipt of that teaching and learning by pupils, and assess some of the work being done. Clearly, inspection was impossible during this period. We weren't going to send school inspectors into the homes of teachers. Many teachers were at home delivering online teaching and learning, and we certainly weren't going to send inspectors into the homes of pupils. The second point is that immediately upon the closure of schools, and I'll use that phrase as shorthand, we suspended school inspection. And we repurposed the whole inspection team. It's not a huge resource, but from recollection, it's about 60 to 70 staff to go out there and operate as link officers to support individual schools in any way that they could during this difficult period, and specifically using their knowledge and skills in pedagogy to assist schools in remote teaching and learning, to signpost them to sources of advice and materials on teaching and learning, to share good practice both within and across schools, and to gather case studies. and to feed that back to the department. So to the extent that we had our school inspectors in schools supporting online teaching and learning, we had good feedback material coming to the department and the centre, which supported us in developing the guidance that was ultimately issued on remote teaching and learning. So it wasn't without a quality assurance process, but I would say this, I think it was a much more productive use of the time of our inspectors to go out and support schools at this really difficult time than to try and engage in inspection.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. I'd like to move on then to ask you about the further school closures in January 2021. Now, when schools closed in the week before Christmas 2020 as usual, I understand from your statement that it was the department's expectation at that point that they would reopen in 2021. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is it right then that the department was not anticipating any further school closures at that stage?
The department at that point was anticipating schools opening again as normal in January 2021. And for obvious reasons, because we were all aware of the negative consequences of closing schools and pupils, we wanted schools to open. But as no doubt you're coming to, the Minister for Health and the Chief Medical Officer were starting to get very concerned about spikes that were arising in the incidence of COVID, and engaged with the Education Minister at that time. And they were making it clear that in their view, to stop the spread of COVID, schools really could not open as usual in January 2021, bringing 350,000 children and 20,000 teachers and so forth together into confined spaces would be really dangerous for public health. And I think that was a big difference between the second closure and the first closure.
And I think it's right, Mr. Baker, that the exchanges that you're referring to, they come slightly later in December, is that right? Towards the end of December?
They did, and it was coming up towards New Year's Eve and the New Year period, yes.
But just taking a step back, if we could, you've indicated that the department was anticipating that schools would reopen in January 2021. And in your statement, you said that no epidemiological advice was sought by officials at that time. Is that because you weren't anticipating further school closures at that point?
That's correct. But whilst we didn't seek any epidemiological advice, we received epidemiological advice from the Chief Medical Officer. And you will see from the note of a meeting which the Health Minister had with the Education Minister that the Chief Medical Officer was saying that the latest science was showing that children under the age of 17 were more likely to pass the virus on to others. And that, no doubt, was one of the reasons why the advice from the Department of Health was, please don't open schools as normal come January.
And just taking a step back again towards the start of December, given the rise in case numbers in late 2020, were any alternative scenarios to reopening, so for example, partial closures or staggered reopening, were those being actively planned for or modelled or discussed within the department?
They were. I think there is documentation from the Minister of Education who was setting out various options for opening, which wouldn't represent a full opening of all schools, but a sort of graduated opening of schools. And they were proposed, and I think that was the Minister of Education's first proposal to the Minister of Health.
And just a point of clarification, in your statement, and this is paragraph 473, you said that stakeholders considered it to be an open or closed scenario, as partial opening was not considered viable at that time. Can you help us to understand what led to that conclusion, that partial opening was not viable at that time?
By partial opening, we were considering whether you could have some pupils in 1 week and maybe another group of pupils in another week, and staggering it like that. And it was felt that that simply would be impractical and unworkable and logistically impossible. So it was either open or close with mitigations, and obviously with the exceptions for vulnerable children and special schools, which under any circumstances were to remain open.
And as you've already alluded to, Mr. Baker, at the end of December, matters moved apace, and the decision to keep schools closed after Christmas was again taken at Executive Committee level at a meeting on the 4th of January 2021. To what extent did the Department of Education have advance notice of that decision on that occasion?
I think we were well, first of all, I have to enter the caveat. I wasn't there at the time, and I'm speaking on the basis of conversations with my former colleagues and reading the documentation. But I think the department was well abreast of that decision, and I don't think there was any difficulty with that decision at all, because the Education Minister was fully involved and he was relaying those issues back to the department. So communications at that point were good.
Mr. Baker, you've indicated that various options were under consideration within the department. Can you tell us a bit about the work that the department had been undertaking between schools reopening in August 2020 and December 2020 in preparation for the potential or the prospect of further school closures?
When schools reopened in September 2020, we'd obviously been through a period of closure, and our guidance on things like remote learning had been refined and updated. So when schools reopened in September 2020, we had laid down pretty clear expectations to schools as to what we expected from them, in the sense of any individual closures, or if individual pupils had to isolate or groups of pupils had to isolate individual classes or bubbles. We had pretty detailed guidance for what we called New School Day guidance in September 2020. So I think by that point we were in pretty good shape for offering schools guidance regarding the closure in January 2021, in particular in respect of our expectations on remote teaching and learning. The guidance was there, it had been updated, it had been refined in the light of experience and in the light of feedback from our link officers, and it was ready to go in advance of the closures of schools in January 2021. And indeed, I think the inquiry has received confirmation in the witness statements of a couple of school principals for Northern Ireland that such guidance was actually welcomed and in much better shape, obviously, than it had been during the first closure.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, before I move on to take your reflections, I just have one more topic I'd like to ask you about, and that is the enduring impacts of the pandemic on education in Northern Ireland. Now, I understand from your statement that the Department of Education has not commissioned any reviews nor conducted any assessments or monitoring in relation to the long-term impacts of the decisions made in relation to education during the pandemic. Is that right?
That's correct, as far as I know.
And if we could have up on screen, please, INQ 000 588 022 at page 101. Mr. Baker, I'd like to very quickly look at some of the contributions from participants in Northern Ireland to the inquiry's Every Story Matters record. And if we could look at the third quote, please. Thank you. This is a quote from a secondary teacher in Northern Ireland. We have schools now that maybe have 70% attendance. They just don't come to school because they've got into the habit of not going to school in COVID and they've never returned. And if we could look over the page at the second quote, please. Attendance is definitely down, punctuality as well. It's just like, I'll go in when I feel like going in. More and more parents were ringing up to get children out of school, and children texting their parents, ring up and get me out. We would have had an element of it before, but it's definitely on the increase. For some, the value of education has definitely diminished and people's priorities have changed. Mr. Baker, in your statement you characterise this issue as a significant concern, and you point to a 123% increase in persistent absence since the pandemic. So I think this is an issue that you would recognise as an enduring impact in Northern Ireland.
It is, and I think the data collected by the department backs that up. It is an issue which the department and the minister is acutely aware of. It is a major problem. And I think, in fairness, it is an issue, and again, I'm speaking from second-hand knowledge, it's an issue which the department is committed to address. And I think, as we speak, The current minister is considering a new strategy on promoting attendance amongst school pupils. I think that draft strategy is called Attendance Matters. Now, obviously, I can't preempt the Minister as to if and when such a strategy might be launched, but it is an issue of considerable concern because attendance has definitely got worse since COVID.
And in light of that considerable concern, can you help us to understand why the department has not sought to commission any formal assessment in respect of pupil attendance since the pandemic?
Well, I think the department has. I think, you know, when the strategy, let's go back to the department has not commissioned any work on the impact of COVID. It has looked at certain elements. There has been a lot of work done on pupil attainment. Northern Ireland has participated in international studies. There's been a lot of work done by the Education and Training Inspectorate on the impact of COVID. The Education and Training Inspectorate, you know, produced a report on pupil attainment, well-being and teacher practice. But specifically as part of the strategy for attendance, it has looked at attendance, it has looked at the impact of COVID, and all of that will be factored into the strategy if and when it is published, and measures will be taken to address that problem.
So, Mr. Baker, is it the case then that at paragraph 551 of your statement, wherein it's indicated that since the specified period the department has not commissioned any formal impact assessments on the impact of pupil attainment or attendance on children in preschool settings? Is that...
In preschool settings, specifically?
It's specific to preschool settings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't answer your question. I was just querying whether you meant preschool settings. I am sorry. If I've said that in the witness statement, it must be true. I can't recall specifically.
No, forgive me. I think that was my mistake. It does refer to preschool settings.
Yeah, okay.
Now, Mr. Baker, you say in your statement, and just so that we can have clarity on this, you said that the department did consider commissioning a specific Northern Ireland assessment of the impact of the pandemic on literacy and numeracy, but that due to practical barriers and the existence of a body of international evidence, that didn't proceed. I want to ask you, at other stages in your statement, you point to the availability of international evidence and independent research in explaining why the department hasn't sought to commission certain pieces of work. To what extent do you consider that those provide a proper basis for gaining a thorough understanding of the impacts in Northern Ireland and a proper basis for future planning?
I think officials in the department did consider very carefully the international evidence that was produced about what was happening to literacy and numeracy and so forth during COVID. And there was also a fair body of research produced by local higher education institutions about Northern Ireland. And they concluded that the position in Northern Ireland was unlikely to be much different. But that is not to say that there wasn't some work done that gave departmental officials an indication of the state of literacy and numeracy. Northern Ireland participated during the COVID period in some international studies. They go by fancy acronyms like PIRLS, PIRLS. I think that's Progress in Literacy and Reading Studies. That focuses on literacy amongst 10-year-olds. And then there was another study called PISA. I think that's Programme for International Student Assessment, and that looks at pupils in post-primary schools aged about 15, focusing on reading, on science and on maths. And we were able to use, or sorry, I wasn't there at the time, but they were able to use those studies to compare how things were before and after the pandemic and whether things had declined. And indeed, subsequent to that, there have been key stage assessments done in schools, typically at ages 8, 11 and 14, on literacy and numeracy. And sadly, that found that 3 out of 10 pupils leaving primary schools were not at the expected level of literacy and numeracy. And I know that the department, through the Council for Curriculum and Examinations and Assessment, is commissioning system-wide assessments which will give good quality, hard information about educational attainment and what has happened during the COVID period. So hopefully corrective action can be taken.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Baker. And finally, Mr. Baker, you'll be glad to know we've come to your lessons learned and recommendations. Now, in your statement at paragraph 567, you've said this: there have been no formal lessons learned exercises commissioned, as the initial decision to close schools and a lot of the other decisions around societal impacts were driven by the Executive, Chief Medical Officer, Department of Health and Department of Education had to react to these rather than implement what it considered to be its own decisions. DE officials continue to work on policy areas throughout COVID-19, and whilst conscious of the impact, policy areas were not specifically reviewed to complement the specific, unique circumstances. Is it the Department's suggestion there, Mr. Baker, that any lessons to be learned are perhaps for others, the Executive Committee, the Chief Medical Officer, the Department of Health, rather than the Department of Education?
No, I don't think so. And I would say to the inquiry that if I had to draft that statement again, I wouldn't present it in such stark terms. I think it would be more nuanced. During COVID and in our immediate response to COVID, we developed a COVID response plan, which had a number of work streams in it, about 6 work streams. I won't go over them. And that metamorphosed quite quickly in May 2020 into an education restart programme, which again had a number of work streams. And whilst it is true to say that there was no single overarching lessons learned exercise on the totality of the COVID response, the individual work streams within both the COVID response plan and the education restart plan were subject to either independent evaluation, post-project evaluation or inspection by the Education and Training Inspectorate. And I can give you examples. For example, you will recall the difficulties we had around the awarding of grades for public examinations in the summer 2020 series. That was subject to an independent review by an outside consultancy firm. I won't mention their name, but those lessons were learned and they carried through to the subsequent awarding arrangements for 2021 and 2022. The Engage programme, which we put in place to support pupils who had suffered loss of learning, was subject to an evaluation and lessons learned by the Education and Training Inspectorate. The food programme, which we put in place, was subject to independent evaluation. The devices procurement project was subject to a post-project evaluation, and so on and so on and so on. So the individual work streams were subject to detailed evaluations which exist, and I'm sure the lessons have been learned from them.
And Mr. Baker, in that answer you've pointed to reviews looking backwards. Looking forwards then, in your view, is there anything in practical terms that the Department of Education or practical learning that the department might take away from its experience of implementing these decisions?
I am sure there is no end of practical learning, and the department has learned from them. I'm quite sure, having spoken to my former colleagues, I know that the department is enhancing its capacity in the area of emergency planning and contingency planning and has put in place dedicated resource for that. The department is working with all of its arm's length bodies to set up a strategic steering group on emergency planning so that it is better placed to respond to such emergencies. It is participating in, if I can use the term, wargaming exercises, and there's one going on as we speak, which you've probably heard about, which focuses on the potential for a pandemic, and there are lots of lessons learned. And from all of the plans that were put in place at the time and all of the individual work streams, there are lots of lessons learned for the future, which I think the department can benefit from if, heaven forbid, there is any repetition of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. My lady, those are all of my questions. Have you any questions?
No, I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. Thank you for your help, and I appreciate not that easy when you retired and somebody suddenly passed the parcel to you and the music stopped. But thank you very much for coming to help us. Are you going back to Belfast?
This evening, my lady.
Well, have a safe journey. But
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. 10 o'clock, please, tomorrow. All rise.